This holiday season, every time you purchase a 12-ounce SnortBucks coffee, a portion of the proceeds will be given to the Pandalee Foundation, the world's premier charity dedicated to helping down-on-their-luck content creators pay their daily bills.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. I need my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill.
So stop by your local SnortBucks today and help send some penny their way.
All right. So, how's it going, people? Season's greetings, and happy holidays, and all that good stuff. As we're in that time of the year, or at least by the time this comes out, we should be. So that's a thing. But truthfully, the season's greetings and happy holidays to all of you guys from everybody here at GTG Network and Productions, SnortBucks Coffee Company, Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, Tim Snortons, and all of our other affiliates. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. This is DSP News, the unreliable ones. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the newsroom and the storefront. And welcome to the Goutopia News Network, your unreliable source for DSP News. This is the Snort Report, brought to you by SnortBucks Coffee Company, the best beverage company. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys are all doing well. At the time that you guys are hearing this, I should, if my lazy ass is actually doing anything productive, is working on Goutmas 2024. So that's a thing, hopefully. So hopefully that's a situation. 12 days to Goutmas, one of our favorite things here. It's been on hiatus for the last couple of years. But things work out. It's coming back, baby. It's coming back. And so that's what I'm currently working on, but there should be some videos. This should be coming out sometime in December, early December. So there should be some stuff that tide you guys over until we get to that, which Goutmas should be out on either the 13th or the 14th of this of December, and it should go all the way up till Goutmas, which is obviously Christmas. Yay! And then I'll also be working on some other side projects, leading us at least for a couple more days into December, and then January should be a strong year for SnortBucks, for the Snort Report and everything that's affiliated with that. All things considered, and almighty willing. So we'll have to wait and see on how that all plays out, but I hope it I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, life comes at you fast. Either which way, you guys aren't here for all that. You guys are here to hear the broadcast for the day. Whatnot. Hopefully we can help you guys through your day some type of way. So what are we going to be speaking on? What do I have for you today? I have goodies, believe it or not. So, as you guys know, this year has been a rather eventful year for DSP in some way, shape, or form. Not necessarily DSP Reacts, which was an absolute fucking failure. But some of the things that he reacted to were interesting, depending on how much you care and depending on how invested you're in on it. I am decently, well, rather invested, let's be honest. So we're going to go over a segment of DSP reacting to his own documentary, but not the whole thing as a whole. I might just do segments of certain parts that catch my interest until I get up to that, till I build up, or as I build up, to actually going through all 4 parts as he's cut it up. So that's something to look out for. Anyway, to kind of start that trend, we're going to be going over a segment from DSP Reacts, DSP's documentary, reacting to his documentary. Part 3, actually. The breakup, financial downfall, bankruptcy, and WWE Champions time. We're going to go over the WWE Champions part. Now, the breakup part, I definitely want to go in balls deep on that. And the bankruptcy, a little bit too, but it says bankruptcy and WWE Champions. But I'm pretty sure the segment that's been cut up for me, that's been cut up for me by Diggs, was only the WWE Champions part. Or at least what he said after the fact, I should say. So we'll see on that. So that's what we're looking at going over today, or at least the segment that where he tries to explain himself, not exactly what he was reacting to per se. So we're going to go over that. This came out on September 4th of 2024. If anything, it will be linked down in the description. So since that's what's on the menu, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and change the mood up a little bit. Let's go ahead and slip ourselves into something a bit more comfortable and get into one of our favorite segments of this crazy nonsense that is DSP News and the Snort Report, often imitated but never really duplicated, at least not well that I've seen anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my TED Talk. Yay! And the insert works. So that's what's up. All right. So DSP addressing WWE champions after all the lies, after all the denial, after all the gaslighting of his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, saying that they were crazy and they were out of their mind and it never happened that way. His admission, if that's what's actually in this segment, by the way, his admission of where that money went and what happened to it and his actual spending habits or whatever will be more lies than he's probably ever thrown out ever. It'll be just condensed into a much smaller bite-sized sample. But they're still lies no matter how you cut it up. No matter how he displays it and whatnot. Because remember, it doesn't matter if the answer is honest or not, as long as it's an answer. Right? So with that being said, DSP is as ashamed of his WWE Champions addiction as he is of his sexuality, of his homosexuality, to be more clear. Now, if you guys have been following me on stream, we've delved into that quite a bit, accidentally in some cases. But if you know my thought process, which is chaos is a ladder, maybe not everything that I presented was by accident or by happenstance, if you will. With that being said, this is no different. DSP is someone who doesn't understand who he is. He has an image of what he wants to be, what he wants to present himself, but that's not who he is as a person. And that's the reason why he absorbs aspects or traits, if you will, or tomes from other people and their personalities. A lot of that was displayed with Kino Casino in our current arc. To be honest with you, look at his time with Panda, his time with John and Howard, even some of Cat's quirks, for better or worse. And despite how limited our what's the word I want to look for, our access or availability of her that we've had to her, I should say, he's taken from all these people because he doesn't know who he is as a person, so he just imitates those around him. Another one of those things you could bring up is his claim of being Italian. He's not Italian, he's Polish. But I assume that neighborhood he grew up in was probably primarily Italian and Polish, and probably some others, obviously. Because, supposedly there were some basketball Americans roaming around there. Anyway, but I would assume probably there's more Italians in that neighborhood than anything, and that's what he wanted to align himself with. To be honest, with what little bit of Italian blood that he may have. But he doesn't know who he is as a person. And because of that, it's easy for him to be ashamed of things. And because he's a pathological liar, which also could stem from the fact that he doesn't know who he is and He's desperate to be looked at in a way of respectability, credibility, and whatnot, someone to be praised and looked up to. I think him hiding things, I think him needing to have secrets, I think him saying, I had to keep things from you, and then having to justify that action by saying, oh, I had to protect myself, I had to protect my family, it's none of your business, yada, 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 yada. Why would you ask me for this information? Even though he'll turn right back around and beg you guys for money to do such acts is just part of the Phil Burnell mythos and who and what he is. It's things that he can't change. And despite who may try to sweep up for him, whether on this side or on his own side, it doesn't change what he is in the overall, which is the thing that I think in our current timeline, you're seeing him more and more acceptant of. He realizes he's never really going to ever change the narrative about himself. He will try to continue to fight the good fight on that, but he'll never really do it. He knows it's going to be one of the many things that'll end up in the pile of things that he's failed at. And the reason why is because one of the reasons I should say, is he shut himself off from the world. He has shut himself off from other people who he can't, or who he can directly influence and punish if they step out of line. And you've seen that if you follow the history and the lore long enough, you've seen plenty of people that he has shitted on. And some of those people have come back to him in full force more times than not. One of my favorite examples of this is a guy by the name of Waifu Destroyer Matt. Now, you're going to have to go deep in your lore bag for this one. He's one of my favorites. The person that you should definitely ask about if you're not familiar with the Waifu Destroyer Matt mythos is Almighty Tevin, because Almighty Tevin had one or two run-ins with him at one time or another. The Waifu Destroyer Matt was a long time cuck over there with DSP. Long time cuck. We're talking about 2017 days. And he stepped out of line one stream, and DSP dedicated a segment of having Waifu Destroyer Matt pick up the infamous silver spoon and eat it out of Phil's ass. And Waifu Destroyer Matt took all that shit and then popped up the next day and the day after that and the day after that like nothing ever happened. This dude was publicly humiliated. You know what I'm saying? Drawn and quartered and spread to the fucking wind. And somehow he was able to recombine himself, and he showed right back up the next day. Love you, Phil. Great stream, Phil, and all that bullshit. And Tevin mocked him rightfully for doing so, and he caught feelings, but he still was over there cucking for DSP. And he did that until he finally faded his ass away. But one of my favorite examples of pignosis in full effect and on full display. It shows that most people, if not all people who are DSP, dense, hay pigs, or whales have no sense of self-respect, self-dignity, self-worth. To be honest with you, to let another person online talk to you and treat you like that, like you're nothing, like you're less than nothing. Even though he begs to you guys for money, for financial support, for moral support, for direction and or instructions in everyday mundane tasks that he could easily find out on Google if he shouldn't already know it himself. It's fantastic the amount of mental control he exhibits over people sometimes. Now that's waned over the years, but even now it's still a sight to behold in some cases. I may be giving DSP too much credit, but it is something incredibly odd to watch. And it's something that, at least I'm speaking for myself, I would never want to have that type of influence over somebody. I never want to have that type of control over somebody. Your kids are different. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? While you're under my roof, you know what I'm saying? You're going to do what I said. That's just how that works. But even then, being revered and respected is different than what DSP displays. That's a completely different story. But that's neither here nor there, and we can save that for a much deeper conversation if that's needed to be had another day. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get to the fun stuff. And let's go ahead and get to our situation at hand. I don't smell no bacon cooking. So let's go. Let's go. It's been so long, so I had a chance to say that. So let's go ahead and get to the situation at hand. So let's go ahead and change our scene here. Got ourselves a new chessboard here. You know what I'm saying? Got coffee for both of us and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be accommodating here and whatnot. And let's go ahead and pull up our game for today. So let's make sure everything works, because buggy mechanics is an ongoing thing over here.
This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option.
Ah yes, Pigpiggo, one of the greatest inventions that was ever created for the DSP detractor community. And don't let nobody ever tell you different. Because of Pigpiggo, it really was the catalyst that really helped, I think, whether you're a new detractor who's used it or not. It's one of the things that has really helped the DSP detractor community as it pertains to tracking stuff down, attracting new people to the content, attracting people to the lore, all of these things. It's right up there. I think it's right up there in one of the most up there. I don't know if I'd say GOAT status per se, but it's definitely up there in honorable mentions for sure. And it's something that should be, I think, more readily acknowledged, in my own personal opinion. But that's just me. So Pigpiggo, and then is it Pigpiggo RE, I think it's called. Both of those are definitely a godsend. If I remember, either myself or whoever it is that cuts this up and posts it, I'll have them link both of those down in the description. And one, it's definitely something that you should use if you're either an up-and-coming detractor, if you just want to do some detractor content, or if you just want to sniff some stuff out to find anything interesting. Because let me be very clear about this. As it pertains to DSP lore, there's always something new that can be found. There's always something that can be discovered. Don't ever think that everything's already out there, everything's already been gone over, and this, that, and the third, and you can't add anything to. Don't ever do that. Don't ever limit yourself. Don't ever limit your options in a situation, no matter what the situation is. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever do that. You know what I mean? I have stuff that I've talked about on this channel ad nauseum, and yet every time I go over the original content that really it's inspired me to actually make that video, I find stuff that I missed or stuff that I didn't notice or something else that I want to talk about, because my opinion has changed over the years. As I've grown, my opinions have grown. So don't ever think that, oh, well, there's already a bunch of guys out there that have talked about it, or it's old, or I don't really, don't ever feel like that. Don't ever feel like that. Don't ever cut your options off. Don't ever think in absolutes like that. If not, you're just no different than DSP or any other lol cow. So, anyway, that is my wisdom for the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we're at. All right, so we're here with DSP Reacts. Oh, shit. We're here with DSP Reacts. Breakups, financial downfall, bankruptcy, and WWE Champions Time, Part 3. DSP reacts to his documentary. This was from September 4th of 2024. If any of us remember or care to remember, we will link it down in the description. But with that being said, we're just going over the WWE Champions part. And really, DSP just setting it straight. Not actually the reaction segment, but this was part of that stream. So, and that's really the only part I want to deal with at the moment. So there you go. And here we go.
Searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type in vest with a space on both sides.
Okay, vest. All right, he's on to the vest streak. So now we're done with that. So now it's time for me to respond to the entire thing, okay? And this will be the end of tonight, actually. I think this will be good to end the stream tonight. And then we'll continue with the vest streak tomorrow to finish it, okay? So, here, let's go back. I want to go back to the ring. The ring was epic that he started with.
I don't know about you, but the more and more that I watch this stuff, especially this year, but I would say I've noticed it over the last few years, his autism is becoming more and more apparent to me. It really is. So, like, I'm kind of glad it's not one of those things that I kind of let go, and I decided to stick to it because, or stay on it, because it really starts to become more and more apparent the more you watch it. Really does.
What the hell? I can't. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. All right. We'll do it from. Oh. Well, I was going to do. Should I do it from here? Should I do.
And this right here is a pretty good example. Him wanting to spotlight his importance, or the importance that he feels that June the King put on him, just in this little wrestling segment, really speaks volumes, to be honest with you, on why he has his obsession with WWE champions, why he has his obsession with his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, why he has his obsession with drama, why he has his obsession with the internet as a whole. To be honest with you, it's probably one of the few things in his life that he actually draws stimulation from, right? Because DSP doesn't really exhibit a whole lot of range of emotions, to be honest with you. I think the only real emotion that he actually does display in its most purest form is anger. Anger, rage, and then obviously the wrath that he tries to demonstrate after that. I think that's the only thing that he really it really allows him to feel something. He doesn't draw happiness like normal people do. He's in a perpetual state of sadness, so I'm not going to give him any credit on that. I think his anger is probably the most realistic and probably the most honest thing about DSP, or Phil Burnell, DSP, Darksydephil, Dark Geppetta, whatever you want to call him. I think that's honestly the most, one of his strongest and most honest emotions, if not the strongest and honest emotion. And then obviously, and then you can start delving into his ego and the aspects of that, but we're just talking about emotion in general. It's definitely his ego.
Full screen.
Or sorry, if we're talking about emotions in general, we're talking about his anger. I'm sorry.
All right. So here's the deal. I'll just do a full screen. Fuck this. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. I'm about to tell you the actual truth. However, there's still people who aren't going to believe it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you.
And why is the point? And what's the point of you doing this? Well, the reason why is because this is completely and utterly directed towards his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. And that's something that I think needs to be fully understood. And I think the Side Scrollers interview really backs up my claims on that. DSP doesn't give a fuck about what the dents think, because the dents are going to fall in line either which way. Go back to my wife who destroyed her mad example earlier on. He's still trying to convince the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics. He still either wants to get them off of his back, or at least try to get them to see things his way, or even try to pull people over to his side. And it really comes down to a sick demonstration of control. He's like a child constantly bitching and complaining for a toy or that Wolverine action figure and can't get it. And I think that's how he views detractors. It's that fan base, it's that viewer base, it's that audience of people that he can't convince, that he can't lie to, that he can't get to sway to his side. And so, but he keeps trying though, because one day, if he can, it's the same thing he does with video games. Keep driving his fucking head into the wall long enough, and eventually the wall's gonna break. Or if not, his skull. And even if he gets fucking brain damage, who gives a shit, as long as he gets through the wall. I think it's no different with detractors. It's honestly one of the more pathetic things that he does, and it's one of the most pathetic frames of thought that he has. But then again, honestly, he's not the only one. So there have been times within the DSP detractor community where you've had guys who've done that. Guys who have been criticized for one thing or another in a video or on a stream or whatever. And then someone will say something on Reddit or on Twitter or on the forums or on Goutopia.net. We up to Goutopia.net, nature proper. And every once in a while, you'll see a detractor that'll try to go over there and try to dispel it. Now, it's not a lie. It was someone giving their opinion on something, right? And there's some people who are just not built for that criticism. They're just not ready for it, so they need to go over there and try to argue it. Or if they were trying to go over there and get some clarity, that might be one thing. But when you're actively arguing with people because they don't like you or they don't like how you present something, then you have a problem, a much deeper problem that needs to be addressed. And like I said, if you go through detractor history, you see a lot of that. There's been a lot of people who have exhibited that behavior. for whatever reason. It's a very human aspect, to be honest with you. And you really have to be secure in yourself, be able to deal with that. If not, you're just going to become a slave to it.
Should I do from here or should I do full screen? All right. So here's the deal. I'll just do a full screen. Fuck this, okay? All right. So here's the thing. I'm about to tell you the actual truth.
As T-Post.
However, there's still people who aren't going to believe it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. All right? They're going to say I lied. They're going to say this is bullshit, right? And so this is only for those who actually are capable.
Whoa! What was that stutter? You see that? Oh boy, that's too far. We'll do. I guess this dented profile will work, but you'll see it. He has like this weird stutter, like he, like the computer's not booting up correctly or some shit.
All right. So here's the thing. I'm about to tell you the actual truth. However, there's still people who aren't going to believe it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. All right? They're going to say I lied. They're going to say this is bullshit, right? And so this is only for those who actually are capable.
What the fuck is that? Like, what, do we have like a malfunction? You know, like it's a meme, right? Amongst the King Cobra JFS fan base, where they're that's a great screenshot. That's a great screenshot. Anyway, it's a meme, but it's a truthful meme though. It's a meme in the King Cobra JFS fan base where, especially when Cobra is in like the middle of a thought, and then he just you see him mentally just shut down for a second, and he has to go through a reboot to go ahead and finish that sentence or finish that thought. It's absolutely fascinating. You saw this shit here, but the thing is with Cobra is when Cobra goes to that shit, when Josh goes to that, he just freezes. Like you literally, like he completely freezes or even seizes up a little bit maybe. No, let's just say he freezes. He just freezes up. And he'll stay literally petrified, I suppose, for 30 seconds or a minute, and then until the rebooting process happens, then he's right back at it. But this guy, you saw the physical effects of it. Like it's so bizarre. Here, I'll play it one more time and we'll get started.
Leave it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. All right? They're going to say I lied. They're going to say this is bullshit, right? And so this is only for those who actually are capable.
I don't know what that is, but it's something. It's might want to get that checked out, Phil. You might want to go to the doctor about that. If you're giving that type of response over or about people that you can't convince that you're not a liar. I mean, therapy might be one thing, but you may physically need to go ahead and just see a doctor or something. There may be deeper underlying or more concerning underlying causes than whether people on the internet believe you or not, Phil. Just saying. That was absolutely odd. Oh, let's continue.
Of like rational thought and considering the truth and things like that, okay?
But how does someone consider the truth from someone who's a pathological liar, though? Make that make sense. And that's another thing, too, a really interesting manipulation tactic that he has, where he tries to make it seem like his audience is somehow smarter and or are more developed than his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, even though he's acknowledging that this is for his detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, because those are the people who don't believe him or won't believe him or won't give him a chance or an opportunity. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he literally proved my point that this is who it's for. But then he tries to go ahead and spin the block, if you will, around and say, oh, well, you guys are the smart ones. You guys will consider it. You know, you guys understand where I'm coming from. And that's what I'm saying. This is not about trying to appeal or set the record straight, if you will, to his fan base. Because he don't care about them, and he knows they don't care about the truth. Or at least some of them don't. So this is literally trying to appeal to the ops, or to his opposition, if you will. Fucking wild, man. Why? You can't say that detractors, trolls, haters, and critics don't live rent-free in this asshole's fucking noggin and shit. Fucking scary. And like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say that Duty's making is like breaking new ground over there because there's plenty of real estate already developed. But Jesus Christ, Phil. Jesus Christ.
All right. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it. Okay? Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally, every time someone asked me about WWE champions, I lied. Every single fucking time. Because to me, my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business. Okay?
Now, that's funny because he said that. Oh, I gotta get deep in my bag for this one. He said that same thing. I think about the curse partnership situation when it ended, I should say. That's one example. He theoretically lied about the machinima thing too, obviously. But yeah, definitely with the curse situation. If I can find that clip, I'll have someone insert that in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to reveal to you some of the stuff that happened behind the scenes that I've not talked about whatsoever until right now. The full story of what happened between me and YouTube and my partnership network Curse. Because I never told you the truth. I didn't feel like it was going to benefit anyone until right now to tell you what actually happened. Okay? For those of you who don't know, around this summer, I had to leave Curse.
But he basically said the same thing word for word, almost, during the Curse saga. When he finally came out and admitted, even though he didn't fully admit, or at least not honestly, on why he got dropped from Curse. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and hear it back in its entirety, though. There you go, mouth wide open. Here, that's been happening to a lot of people lately. Well, at least if the Destiny rumors are true, oh, him and Nick Fuentes got real close and up close and personal with each other. Wow. That's if the rumors are true.
Leave it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. All right? They're going to say I lied. They're going to say this is bullshit, right? And so this is only for those who actually are capable of like rational thought and considering the truth and things like that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it. Okay? Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally, every time someone asked me about WWE champions, I lied. Every single fucking time. Because to me, my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business. Okay?
Yet he felt justified to beg for money each and every time on stream to fund what he was doing off stream. Make that make sense. The idiot's literally admitting, yeah, I lied to you guys about how I was spending the money. And that was none of your business on how I spent that money. But I do remember I gave you all these reasons on why you should give me set money. That's the wild ass part of that shit. That shit is insane when you really think about it. I may have to actually go over the bankruptcy and WWE champions thing from the actual stream after all, to be honest, just to give it context. I may do that. I'm not sure if it's going to be the next broadcast I record, but it might be in the pipeline. I really want to do the Vest Streak one first, but we'll see.
And every time someone brought it up, I'm like, this is so stupid. This is dumb. You know what I'm saying? And I just lied to get it out of the way. And I tried so hard.
And I want you to also take into account on how he utilizes or how he views lying. He uses it as a utility to get rid of things that annoys him or irritates him, right? But then again, so you could say it's more of a defensive measure, but that's a lie because he'll lie to actually get things out of people that he wants. But then he'll also think about also when he says he lies to protect his family. So we use lying offensively as well as defensively. And then we'll also use it to deflect, if you will. Maybe that's just some fucking lame ass shit that I'm looking too deep in. But that's really disturbing that anybody would come to the mental realization and think that it's okay, that they're even, not even that it's okay to do this, but they can justify doing it and feel somewhat righteous. I'm not sure if that's the term I should use in this situation, but feel righteous in doing so. That shit's just wild to me. Just wild to me. And then he gets mad when people call him a liar. He gets mad when people don't believe him. He gets mad when people question the details, right? Which is the reason why he hates detractors, trolls, haters, and critics in the first place. It's not just because they make fun of him, but it's because they question his authority. They question his word. So when people run around here saying that he has pride, what good is pride to a person who can't stand by their word, who admits to lying, who admits to utilizing the concept or the actual premise of lying to get their way and to deflect and defensively? How is that pride? How is that pride?
For so long, to lie about it, to get people to just forget about it. But I forgot, well, not really forgot, but I definitely underestimated the anal nature of these people who stalk me. All right. A couple things they outright got me on, like, for example, the Discord thing. I had no idea about any of that.
He's lying. He's lying about the Discord thing. What he really means is the Line app thing. Big ups to James the Lesser. That's what part that really got his ass into a twist, and he couldn't explain that away. It's not the Discord shit. No one's surprised by that whatsoever. It was the Line app thing. You know what I'm saying? Which only reinforced what the situation was with Discord, which only reinforced the account, and then you leave that to BT9494 and TJ Gamebox and all of their research into the accounts and everything like that. Like it's a cascading effect, if you will. It wasn't just one thing that he got caught on. He got caught on a bunch of things, and it all lined up. Since DSP is autistic, like Legos, right? All the pieces had their proper place and their proper color groups and whatnot. And that's what ended up actually screwing his proverbial pooch on that shit.
I was incredibly ignorant, okay, of all of it. I didn't know any of that shit. So I had no clue that they could, like, track a Discord versus, like, numbers on your name and shit like that. So, you know, for me, here's the thing.
But and the reason why I say that he's lying on that is because, according to this idiot, he has his own Discord, right? He had his own Discord with his own with his Discord mods, right? His mod Discord. And then allegedly, you got to really dig for this one. He said that Twitch assigned him a Discord. Twitch assigned him a Discord account so he could talk to his partner manager. And this, you're telling me that this idiot never realized that both of those numbers were different? That the mod chat that he had on this other Discord account wasn't the same as the Discord account that he was exclusively using his own terms, his own words, his own snorts, was not different from the one that he was using for his partner manager? This idiot never realized that there was two separate numbers on there. Unless he's lying and they're both the exact same fucking account. The exact same fucking account that he made. Now, don't be wrong, Discord does have a thing with Twitch and whatnot. They have like a tie-in or whatever the case may be and whatnot. But that's different than them just assigning you an actual Discord account. That's two completely, utterly separate things. So which one is it? Does he have two different Discord accounts, or are they the exact same account, and he's always had Discord, and he just didn't want people to know about it until the Anonymous leaks? So think about it.
Do you really, if you're a person who's coming to my stream and you just want to watch the content and have fun, do you want to hear about this shit?
But they have to hear your begging. So, and yet again, like, this is him compartmentalizing. How the fuck are you going to sit there and say, and he always does this, how are you going to sit there and say, people come to my streams to hang out, chill with me, watch games, and have a good time? But what about the begging, though, Phil? Or the advertising, or whatever the fuck you want to call it? What about that? How come when I go to other streamers, I don't see that? I don't have that. I'm not inundated with that. But people have to deal with that with you. And how is it that you try to flip that into, oh, it's only a problem or an issue when these assholes over here bring it up? Makes you think.
My fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions. My fans did not care about any of that shit. All right? When I was doing a fundraiser.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. Go ahead, cut some more bacon off your back real fast. You saw the face that he gave, his little piggy puppy dog face when he had to sit there and fess up to some shit. Nah, bitch, gonna bring that shit right back. I want to see all that in its full glory. Just like when Panda was face down, ass up in that hotel room. You're gonna have to deal with this.
Movers moving stuff out of the condo. We have finally gotten here to the hotel. If you remember correctly, since they came so early this morning, we have decided to get a hotel for 2 days because our flight doesn't leave till Monday. I don't know what is going on. Ass is up in the air here. Yes, we've decided to get a hotel for 2 days because we don't want to sleep on the couch.
A person who's coming to my stream and you just want to watch the content and have fun. Do you want to hear about this shit? My fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions. My fans did not care about any of that shit. All right? When I was doing a fundraiser for a week to pay taxes, yeah, that's literally what it was.
A week? Nah, champ. Those fundraisers were a lot longer than that. Some of those damn things were like a month long. Well, the tax ones were definitely like a month long. Like because he had a build up to the fundraiser, and then he actually had the fundraiser or the marathon or the event, whatever you want to call it, which is another weasel ass term that he uses to get out of shit, or terms I should say, that he tries to wiggle out of that bullshit.
Yeah, there was some misspeaking and things over time about exactly directly where the money was going.
There was some misspeak. Okay, now as someone who misspeaks or who messes up details themselves, that's one thing and whatnot. So I'm not gonna say that I'm above that, or I'm I'm not capable of not messing stuff up, because I do quite a bit. But to sit there and lie yet again so blatantly about that situation, no, we're gonna bring that back.
Fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions. My fans did not care about any of that shit. All right? When I was doing a fundraiser for a week to pay taxes, yeah, that's literally what it was. Yeah, there was some misspeaking and things over time about exactly directly where the money was going.
You mean misappropriation of where the money went? Oh my goodness. Okay. I didn't know that misspeaking and misappropriation was the same thing. But that's how he's using it if you take it in the context of what he's saying. Oh, baby. See, I'm not the person that really should be doing it. I should be going to someone else for this shit. Well, fuck it. Since we're here and whatnot, and the first 2 rounds of SnortBucks is on me, what the oh, baby.
A person who's coming to my stream and you just want to watch the content and have fun. Do you want to...
Oh, speaking of which, the flavor of today, by the way, is a strawberry shortcake mocha, by the way. And this shit's actually kind of fire, to be honest with you. Not sure where whoever member of the GTG Network of Productions found it, but this shit is fucking fire. And they have it in a vanilla version too. Haven't tried that yet, but I will. Very nice. Just very smooth, very consistent, very sweet. A little sweeter than probably needed to be, but just chase it with some water, people, and you'll be fine.
Hear about this shit? My fans did not care about me playing WWE Champions. My fans did not care about any of that shit. All right? When I was doing a fundraiser for a week to pay taxes, yeah, that's literally what it was. Yeah, there was some misspeaking and things over time about exactly directly where the money was going, but it was because I was kind of desperate for that week, But the WWE Champion...
So I lied to you. I lied to you to protect my family, basically. Oh, baby. All right. Yes, I lied to you guys about the money. I lied to you guys what I did with the money, how I misspoke and or misappropriated what I actually spent that money on. But I was desperate. And I needed the money. But that's crazy because I thought DSP was supposed to be the success, right? He's what everybody strives to be. It's assholes like myself who ride his coattails to make a living on YouTube and to get clout and all that other shit. I thought that's what that was. So why are you desperately lying and misappropriating funds from your audience if you're already successful? I mean, Pepper's Farm remembers. I don't know. Maybe I'm misconstruing shit. Maybe there's something that I've missed in my years and years of detracting that has me looking at the picture in a negative light. I don't know. I'm just a toxic person.
Thing, 100%. Again, I just always lied about it because I thought it wasn't important. It was just something that my detractors were trying to do. Because again, they tried to get me time and time again over the years, so many times.
And see, this is what's going to be one of my campaigns in 2025. Almighty willing, is to at least for me, going back. I mean, I love the lore anyway, so it doesn't matter. But going back and now starting to scrutinize certain sagas is probably going to be the name of the game. In between Snort reports and stuff like that and streams or whatever, is going back through particular sagas and arcs and really start doing some scrutinizing over that bitch. I think that's going to be the name of the game for me. I really want to try to go back and go over whatever videos that exist, which most of them should, and really go back and pick apart that shit. Because there's always some meat on the bone, ladies and gentlemen. There's always some meat on the bone. Ask Cat.
Stupid shit that wasn't true. They had finally found one stupid little thing that they got me on, right? So I'm gonna tell you the truth. You
mean like Derek? You mean that some stupid little thing like Derek that they got me on? Or they got you on, I should say? Really? You mean like that? Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Times for stupid shit that wasn't true. They had finally found one stupid little thing that they got me on, right? So I'm going to tell you the truth now, but again, many of you are not going to believe it. I can't make you believe it. And I'm going to open up.
I mean, you spent years upon years lying to them and you're sitting here admitting that you lied to them. Can you really blame them for not believing you? Do you see why him, Review Tech USA, Wings of Redemption, Monday Matt, ass clowns like that? Do you not understand why people don't look at you guys as credible? They mock you guys relentlessly and everything else that comes with? You can't just lie to people repeatedly or lie on people repeatedly and not think there's not going to be repercussions. There's always going to be repercussions to shit like that, especially if you're doing it habitually, especially if you're a real coward and you try to cover shit up. There's always going to be someone who remembers. Pepperidge Farm, for sure, always remembers. Holy shit. Yes, throw your hands. That's a great screenshot, too. That might actually make a good thumbnail now that I think about it. That might make a damn good thumbnail. Throwing his hose up in the air, having to fess up to his crimes and whatnot, to his misdeeds, to his shortcomings. Oh, must be hurtful, Phil. Must be hurtful.
For the first time about this topic ever, right now here tonight, and some of you, if this is it for you, and you can't take it, and you want to leave, and you're not going to come back, I can't stop you. All right, I can't. But for those who've been here through this journey with me, by 16 years as a content creator, this crazy month I just had of resurgence, I would hope that the things that people have been saying to me are true.
Okay, so some people said allegedly nice shit to you. That doesn't sit there and that doesn't have to resonate with other people. That shouldn't be a point of importance for other people and shit. No one wants to actively be lied to, Phil. Fuck your 16 years. Fuck what happened to you in the last month. Fuck any of that bullshit. What one person says doesn't speak for me, and it shouldn't speak for anybody else other than the person who said it. And that's the thing he's never understood. And that's the reason why he puts such an emphasis on people leaving him, which is hilarious to me. He puts such an obscene amount of value on people leaving him, which is weird because when detractors, trolls, haters, and critics really started to pick up back in the olden days and they started leaving in droves, he said he didn't give a fuck. He said they're a bunch of brain dead idiots who don't like me and left, and now they're all my detractors now. So what's the problem? Are you saying, or do you not want those people to leave because you really don't want to lose any more ground? Or are you scared that a whole new bunch of people are going to leave and become detractors themselves? Maybe both. Maybe there's a third option in there too, but come on. Right now we're going for hickory smoked bacon. We're going for maple flavored bacon. We might even go for spicy bacon in a minute. But let me butcher this. So which one is it though, Phil? Or is it both? Because that's the thing. If you get driven away from Darksydephil's content, he expects you to just fuck off and just go away. What he doesn't expect, or what he doesn't want, is for you to go to the other side of the fence. And more importantly than that, you making content on him. And that's something that you haven't really seen from a Dent, to be honest with you. Someone who's actually come over to the side and actually made their own content, not sit there and try to go ahead and try to team up with somebody else, but actually make their own content and actually say what they've actually gone through. There has been some people in the past who may have put up a quick video explaining what it was, and even then, most of those people end up going back. But someone actually giving a detailed response to their situation. Now, there's been some interviews that have been done to various degrees, mocking and ridiculing the fuck out of some of those guys or whatnot. And as entertaining as those may have been, it didn't actually tell me anything. It didn't actually display anything. Now, keep in mind, in one of those cases, Agent Proper, when he interviewed OIC, let's be honest, OIC was probably lying his way through that shit anyway. Proper was on his Lebowski situation and whatnot, and drinking, so and whatnot. But even then, Proper is still a pretty good judge of character, even when he's inebriated. I don't know. I feel like that right there may actually have some value, but I guess it depends on who they speak to. Don't speak to me though, because I'm not going to take you seriously enough. But I'm sure there's someone out there who's reasonable who'd be willing to listen to it.
Eve, and you're not going to come back, I can't stop you. All right, I can't. But for those who've been here through this journey with me, my 16 years as a content creator, this crazy month I just had of resurgence, I would hope that the things that people have been saying to me are true, that you don't care about my past and the shit that I was doing,
And that's not a problem to you? That's you don't think it's a problem to have people surrounding you who you're now admitting to lying to for years on end, by the way, and they're okay with it? Like, that doesn't bother you? It doesn't bother you that those people around you may not even fully trust you and may never, ever really trust you and are just kind of going through the motions because you're just part of their routine? That's why he put the emphasis on that 16 years of fucking content bullshit. They're just people who have fallen. There are people who have allowed DSP to become part of their routine. They may not even be fully listening to him. They may barely hear him, let alone listening to him. And he's okay with that as long as somebody shows up. So how much real value do these people really have? But yet again, it reinforces what I said about DSP doesn't give a fuck about what these people think anyway. He's just trying to appeal to detractors, trolls, haters, and critics.
That was stupid and bad, because I admit it was stupid and bad, okay? All right, so...
And instead of saying stupid and bad, these childlike words, why doesn't he just say me being dishonest? Why won't he ever say that? Why doesn't he ever come out and say that? He uses these weak-ass terms like nasty, disgusting, this, that, and the third, but he never actually describes himself or his actions as being dishonest. That word never comes out of his snout. Unless he's ridiculing somebody else. Something to think about.
Ready? Admission number 1. Yes, the They Call Me DSP account in WWE Champions is my account.
No shit, retard, but why would you admit that when we already have been able to track down all the other different names that you went through, and you know that we know that, and yet you want to admit to this anyway? Oh my god. Oh my god. Good thing being a Dent isn't an STD and shit like fucking the L's that Meek Mills had before he passed that shit on to fucking Nicki Minaj. Because goddamn, bro. I mean, that and, truth be told, Kat was kind of dented and shit when she came into the relationship anyway, so it's not like it could have hurt her any worse. Actually, that's a lie, given all the weight she put on, but semantics. Semantics.
Okay? That's mission number 1. It is. It always was. Okay? Now, it was very stupid of me to name it They Call Me DSP. You might say, why was he so dumb?
Because he's a fucking egotistical fucking retard, and he does that with everything that he owns because it's one of the few things that he has that has value. And don't get me wrong, your name does have value. It should. You should treat your name like it's gold. You know what I mean? It should be the most valuable thing you have. Your name and your word. If you don't have either one of those, if you don't have any real value or care or respect for any of those things, then how the fuck is anybody else going to?
To name that account that. Because when I opened it in 2017, when the game launched, I didn't think anyone was going to ever give a fuck about my mobile game spending. I had already played games such as Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, Supercard, WWE Supercard, and others as well. And like for me, it was like, who cares? Like, who would ever give a shit? I'd already publicly posted and talked about playing those games, spending money on them and shit, right?
Spending money on them directly and then asking his parents for Apple gift cards to supplement his spending. And I think, and I said this years ago, let's see, what was it? I'm pretty sure I was reacting to a Mr. Huff Stuff video. It could have been a Snort No video too. But I think it was a Mr. Huff Stuff video. I think it was King of Gotcha Games, I think. And I think that's where I formed that theory. And I still think that, well, not now, given how he's changed over phones and everything, and how he can access gotcha games and the resources or the microtransactions for them have changed a bit. But I think that's how he was hiding a lot of his spending, to be honest. And if you go back to the bank leaks, that actually reinforces my theory too, to some extent.
So I never in my wildest dreams thought that it would ever blow up in the way that it did. Okay? Fair enough. So, what ended up happening was, the game came out, 2017? And I barely played it that hardcore. Like the first year or so, I would say. It wasn't until the second year where the game actually got, like, redesigned to be more serious of a game. And so then it kind of warranted more time, more spending, etc. Well, I played it for what? It came out in 2017. So I would say I played it for like 2.5 years. And I think about year 1 or 2, like a year in, 2 years in, it got, to the point where everyone wanted to form guilds and factions because big events were being based in the game around that. So that's when I joined my first faction. And I was, playing along with the faction. At the time, I was low. I wasn't, I didn't have a good account or anything.
Now this timeline, which is something I will end up probably scrutinizing later on down the line, because if you go back to 2017, I want to say after Panda left, to be honest with you. If you look at after Panda left and you see how the begging really ramped up, I honestly think that's when the WWE champions and the WWE champions spending and a lot of his time really fell in. And that's when the drinking got really heavy. And that's when he was staying up late. And this is when he was stinking up the blankets and stuff up there in the bedroom. Hence the reason why he had to throw all that stuff away before Cat showed up. I think that was where the addiction really got a hold of his ass, at least for WWE champions. He's saying that he played multiple games and he spent money on multiple games around this time, which might be true. But WWE champions definitely was the priority, to say the very least. And if you really go back to that part of the timeline, I think where you see the begging ramping up, the pity partying over Panda really was in full swing. I need to save my house, taxes, all of that. A lot of that stuff is making me really think that WWE Champions was really the driving force behind all of it. Yeah, he had the back taxes. Yes, he got behind on his regular taxes because instead of paying the back taxes and the regular taxes, he gave up on his federal to focus on the back tax, on the back state and occupation tax, and then had to catch up with the federal. I think he did that on purpose too. So he always had a crisis to point at and say, I need your help, I need your help, I need your help. I honestly think he did that. That was by design, to be honest. And then got to save the house, which is all part of the tax situation in the first place. Then when Kat was moving in, he needed the money for that. And then we get into 2000. She moved in 2018. So that right there literally drives throughout 2018 because all he did was bitch about back taxes and then federal. And then you get into 2019 where he had to get the money up to go to Connecticut. And then eventually he ended up having his little secret wedding, going back to that whole thing about secrets and having to keep things from people again. You get it? Right. Going on with that narrative and nonsense. Like if you really go back and scrutinize the timeline in that way, which you don't have to worry about it because I'm doing it. It may actually really justify a lot of his spending given what he's saying right here. But, that's neither here nor there.
they were teaching me along the way on how to play the game and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And basically,
That's kind of weird because I've seen some of some of those discussions. You can find some of those on the forums, by the way. And a lot of the knowledge that he would present really kind of came from WWE card game, or at least how he was trying to spin it at first. Either way, whatever. He definitely wanted to be looked at as an elder statesman in some of those guilds, especially the first one that he was in. I don't know. And the only reason why they tolerated him, and TJ Gamebox really kind of flushed this all out, is that every guild needs whales. They need big spenders. And if you're part of a guild, there is a mutual benefit from having members who spend money that like trickle down economics, if you will. So the few guys at the top within the guild who spend crazy money, a lot of the benefits that they get, a lot of rewards that they get trickle down to the other members. So DSP was an asset, if you will, a big cog in the wheel for the machine, if you really think about it. So there was value keeping him around. You could ignore the percentage of what he's saying, but there is value in his spending. And I think that's how DSP justified being in the guild and spending the money, because the money gave him recognition. It gave him a sense of importance. You guys need me to spend the way I do, and that's why we're at where we're at in this guild. Now, keep in mind, there are people in that guild, and TJ Gamebox has expressed this. You can grind the game without spending any money. You know what I'm saying? And there was plenty of the guys in the guild that were doing that. But the whales do give advantages. That can't be denied.
After, like, I don't remember. The time frame is going to be completely wrong in my head. I can't tell you times of anything because I don't know, because I never tracked it.
So then why anybody should trust you about anything that comes from your past then? Let me give you guys an example. If DSP doesn't keep track of any of this, he doesn't remember, yada, 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 why should myself, Maximilian, Justin Wong, or anybody from the FGC who gives a fuck care or rely on or depend on or give any type of credentials to any of his quote-unquote past experiences in the FGC? Or any of the hearsay that he may have heard about around that time, or whatever else. He's admitting right here with WWE Champions, which he's invested a lot of time and money in, and he's admitting to doing this. He's saying that he doesn't remember certain shit. Well, then how the fuck can anybody take any credence to any of the stuff he did in WWE in the FGC then? Make that make sense.
Eventually, after being with this group for a while, I became one of the leaders of the faction. Okay?
Yeah, you paid your way to it. I got it.
So, and then I was with them probably a year more. Okay?
It couldn't be a year or more, just a year more. I don't think humans talk like that, Phil, but that's okay. I got it. Your skin suit it's starting to show its wear and tear, champ. I got you. You know, maybe that's why you're fattening Kat up. Maybe she's going to be the next host. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I may have seen that in a movie somewhere, but I don't remember.
And so, of course, there's going to be, like, there was Discord, chats and things like that.
And Line App. Let's not forget Line App. Maybe Line App? Okay, let me bring that back. It's been a while. I got to hit my quota on touchbacks. I got to hit my quota on touchbacks.
After being with this group for a while, I became one of the leaders of the faction. Okay? So, and then I was with them probably a year more. Okay? And so, of course, there's going to be, like, there was Discord, chats and things like that. There never was an issue with any of this. Never. And then all of a sudden, somehow, someone had discovered that there was a WWE champion's name of my name. And I guess what it is someone who had played the game, knew how the accounts worked or whatever, and they did money, and they said, he spent thousands of dollars on the game, right? Based on some calculation that they had made. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know what it is, because I don't watch my detractors shit. Okay?
And yet you're trying to describe how they were able to sniff you out and discern how much money you were spending. Make that make sense, Phil. But I don't follow any of them. But remember, he doesn't follow any of his detractors or any of their detractor shit. He has no clue how any of this works. And he doesn't understand really how detractors, trolls, haters, and critics figured it out while he's trying to explain to you how they actually figured it out.
And I'm not here to tell you I didn't spend money on the game. I absolutely have spent money on WWE champions. Okay? A good amount of money on WWE champions over the years. I'm here to fess on this, right? This is the big moment.
But is he going to tell us an amount? Is he? Is he? Nah, probably not.
Correct. What ended up happening was, basically, my detractors, seeing that there was this name that said they call me DSP and had spent money in the game, went on this insane stalker spree.
It's called research, by the way, Phil. Another great screenshot, by the way. But it's called research. What happens when you're invested? It happens when you want to learn the truth about something. You know, this thing that you do about, it's the same thing that you allegedly do about people who talk about you online. Remember? Remember, you're the one who said, oh, I heard these people were talking about me, so what did I do? I did my research. Is that stalking, Phil? When you posted up on Kat back in 2007 on Twitter, did you do your research of her Twitter, her Instagram, her Twitch? Would that not be considered stalking, Phil? See, now we're starting to skirt a little too close to the line now, aren't we? Now we're getting closer and closer to that razor's edge. You better be careful about what you want to consider stalking and not stalking, my guy. It might not be the play.
Basically trying to get me, like, banned from the game. All right? What they found is that obviously...
well, they weren't trying to get you banned from the game, but they were scrutinizing the guild, which kind of makes sense, to be honest with you. It kind of makes sense. That is what it is to be a good citizen. You know what I'm saying? To be an upstanding citizen. A good Samaritan, if you will.
See, the makers of the game don't care that I have haters online. They don't give two fucks. So the attempt to, like...
And that's how he was able to get the name changes. Multiple times. He was able to do that because he was such a massive fucking whale. And they were willing to sweep up for him, if you will. That it only reinforced his behavior. Oh, okay, I'm making all this money, or I'm spending all this money, I'm sorry. So you guys are going to cover up for me no matter what. But the guild, his original one, eventually got fed up. And there's a there's a whole story behind that.
To the company and shit, no one cared, right? So what they ended up doing is they started actually sending in clandestine people into the servers, like the Discord chat of the clan that I was in, the faction I was in, to join and then start tracking conversation.
Oh man, this guy's literally describing he's literally describing events from the first Gout Wars and shit. It was World War Gout. Well, actually, it wouldn't have been the first Gout War, it'd been the second. Actually, it wouldn't have been the second, it'd been the third. Because the first Gout Wars would be SOK. The second Gout Wars would have been Blood for the Blood Gods. And basically the Escort Saga, if you will. Blood of the Blood Gods is one of the aspects of that. So this would theoretically be like the third Gout Wars, if you will. Or the beginning of the Dent Wars. No, not the Dent Wars. That came later. So it has to be like Gout War, like Gout World or Gout War 3. Yeah, that would have to be. Yeah, I guess that would be Gout War 3 now that I think about it. I really need to sit down and actually like write that up and whatnot. All three segments of it. That'd be fun. That might be a fun little thing to fucking talk about on stream or some shit. Yeah, I'll make a note of that. That might be fun. But yeah, let's talk about the events of Gout War 3. there was clandestine rendezvous and spy infiltrations into different groups and shit. As like, looking for the Gouty Führer and whatnot while he was getting pissed and shitted on and whatnot. We were looking for the pictures. We're looking for the evidence of it. We're looking for the underage girls that he was grooming. Sorry, Panda. We were looking for the underage girls that he was trying to groom and whatnot. See if we could turn them to the side of the allies or the detractors. Holy shit. I could have a whole... You know what? I gotta reach out to Paul. That would make a funny little short story. It really would.
Trying to get all this information. Eventually what happened was, I guess, a detractor literally made shit up. They had made a fake Discord conversation between me and one...
Give me some time. I might freestyle a little short story out of that. That could be funny. That could be really, really funny. If I really think about it. That could be hilarious. I might do that. Like a bullshit story time or some bullshit. That could be funny. That could be fun.
The actual guy who had like founded this faction I was in, that it was so weird. I can't even remember what it was, but basically it was like a fake conversation between me and this person saying that like he had agreed to do all kinds of favors and shit if I kept spending money on the game. Like, it was a weird conversation, right?
Wait, what? Necessarily remember that. Hold on a second. I'm sitting here fucking thinking about fanfics and shit. I'm sitting here thinking about fucking fanfics and this idiot saying all this shit. Let me bring it back a bit. The fuck is he talking about? I distinctly don't remember this. That's a great screenshot, so we'll start here.
Trying to get me like banned from the game. All right. What they found is that obviously the makers of the game don't care that I have haters online. They don't give two fucks. So the attempt to like get to the company and shit, no one cared, right? So what they ended up doing is they started actually sending in clandestine people into the servers, like the Discord chat of the clan that I was in, the faction I was in, to join and then start tracking conversations, trying to get all this information. Eventually what happened was, I guess, a detractor literally made shit up. They had made a fake Discord conversation between me and the actual guy who had like founded this faction I was in, that it was so weird. I can't even remember what it was, but basically it was like a fake conversation between me and this person saying that like he had agreed to do all kinds of favors and shit if I kept spending money on the game. Like, it was a weird conversation, right? But basically...
Okay, I'm pretty sure he's being dishonest about that, because that's not... I'm pretty confident that's not how that played out. I think what it was is someone did end up getting in there, and they ended up talking to the owner of the guild, and they asked him questions about Phil. All this extra bloat and dishonest bullshit, because this guy is a dishonest piece of shit, I don't remember all that, at least not to the way he's describing it. To be honest, I can jump on the farms later. Actually, I really hope that fucking Galtopia.net copies like some of those arcs over, and they might need to back all those arcs up, because like, let's be honest, the farms are going to eventually have their downtimes or whatever, and that shit really needs to get archived, because stuff has been lost over there on the farms when the site goes down and Josh brings it back up for just memory limitations and shit like that. Like, some of that shit really needs to get archived, like, honestly. Anyway, but that's something I can speak about at another time. But I'm sure I can go over there and look up the conversation on what that happened. That would be actually a pretty funny video to do. And actually go over that. I'm pretty confident that's not how that went. Like, no one was paying this guy to fucking do all this bullshit under your name. I'm pretty confident that's not how it happened. Especially since you were a leader of the guild, Phil. Or one of the leaders of the guild, I'm sorry. Like, he could easily verify whether it was a phony conversation conversation or not. Like, remember, this is the same idiot who says he doesn't understand how Discord works, but he's literally trying to say that someone was basically running around trying to pretend that they were him and having fake conversations about bullshit.
They doxed the guy. Like, they put it on Kiwi Farm. All right? So because the guy had gotten doxed, now it had escalated. It's not just, oh, they're trying to talk to the company to get my account, kicked. They're not just having trolls join the server. They had doxed the leader of the faction I was in. I
mean, shit, they doxed most of the higher-ups on... I'm not sure if it was in the same clan, but some of the other higher-ups got knocked out, ended up outed too. Like, some of the major pay pigs, some of them guys got outed as well. It wasn't just the leader. There was other people... Oh, shit. Oh, man, that's a whole other conversation for another day. But there was a lot of people who got outed in that situation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some major whales who were throwing up some major dough. So, whatever. Anyway. But at least those guys are legitimate wrestling fans. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you, once they got outed, you could go back and track some of them on, like, social media. And those guys are, like, actual wrestling fans. So, not like DSP, just another fucking poser.
And he confronted me about it. I'm like, dude, I have nothing to do with this. It's messed up that it happened. I'm really sorry, but obviously I can't control these people for what they're doing or whatever. And all along, I'm denying to the faction that I'm this streamer. I'm like, no, I'm not that streamer.
So you were lying to... Okay, I never really got any clarification on that. So you were lying to the actual faction about who you were, instead of just fessing up. Of course he was. Because if he's lying to the dents about why is he begging for money and what he's spending set money for, of course he's going to lie to the faction so he can hold on to his position and what little power that he may or may not have had. Oh, that comes together very, very well. Great screenshot, by the way. He just stubbed his toe or something. Or the gout just hit his little toe and it's working its way up to the big one. Oh, my hoof hurt. My hoof hurt.
Get my account, kicked. They're not just having trolls join the server. They had doxed the leader of the faction I was in. And he confronted me about it. I'm like, dude, I have nothing to do with this. It's messed up that it happened. I'm really sorry, but obviously I can't control these people for what they're doing or whatever. And all along, I'm denying to the faction that I'm this streamer. I'm like, no, I'm not that streamer. That's not me.
Now, you remember in the beginning of this when he said that he forgot or he underestimated the people who were really going to who were going to stay on this WWE Champions thing and was really going to try to flush it out and try to get the truth. If you think about it, if you take what he's saying here and you bring it back to when he said it earlier on in this broadcast, that makes sense. It was the only way that he could keep the lie straight in his head. So he had to keep denying that he was, they call me DSP and all that bullshit, because he didn't know if people from that faction were going to his streams and being like, the fuck, your stream here on Twitch, they call me DSP. You're on Twitter, they call me DSP. How the fuck are you going to say this isn't you? But if he's denying it on stream, and if any of these clan members see it and be like, well, we went to the stream and he says this isn't him, or he's saying that he's not this person or whatever, then it is what it is. But that doesn't make any sense, because if he's in Discord, then he had to have been using voice chat, right? He had to have been in one of the voice chat rooms at least one time or another. So they would have, I don't see, that don't make no sense, because that means they would have recognized his voice or something, unless, like, you're going to have to run with me on this. Unless this idiot in this guild, a leader of this guild did the exact same thing he did with the guild as he did with Cat. Now, according to DSP, the whole time that him and Cat were dating, they never once spoke on the phone with each other. Okay, everything was through text. And that right there led to the situation with John Rambo. And this is literally how James and other people put it together. James Lesser put it together that the DSP line app was his, because DSP said he never changed his number. DSP's number was linked to the line app. So and when DSP admitted, excuse me, that the whole time him and Kat were talking to each other when she was in Michigan with Subaru Man, all they did was text. He never called her. Why can't John do the same? He basically hung himself on that. He's basically reinforcing that here if what he's saying is true. That's wild. Oh my gosh. I'm just now kind of putting all that shit together. Oh, fuck. That's so good. So good. Oh, we eating good tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We eating good tonight.
Okay.
Well, I like to think we're always eating good, to be honest with you. I like to think that I always provide a bountiful and flavorful feast. But you know what I mean. It's the holidays. You know what I'm saying? Holidays.
Well, what ended up happening was, even though I had been in that faction for like 1-2 years, I don't remember the time frame again. I don't have that data. They kicked me from the faction. Okay, they outright just kicked me from the faction and said, "Fuck you, get out."
You were lying to them. You were literally lying to them, Phil. And they smelled bullshit. I love that. That's the same type of that vitriol that you just heard from him was the same shit he gave Stuttering Craig after admitting that he lied to Stuttering Craig in the fucking side scrollers for 5 fucking hours. And he was almost insulted that, yeah, I lied to you, but why'd you kick me? Or why won't you guys believe me? Or why don't you guys trust me? Holy shit. All right, bring that back.
It was so weird. I can't even remember what it was, but basically it was like a fake conversation between me and this person saying that like he had agreed to do all kinds of favors and shit if I kept spending money on the game. Like, it was a weird conversation, right? But basically they doxed the guy. Like, they put it on Kiwi Farm. All right. So because the guy had gotten doxed, now it escalated. It's not just, oh, they're trying to talk to the company to get my account, kicked. They're not just having trolls join the server. They had doxed the leader of the faction I was in. And he confronted me about it. I'm like, dude, I have nothing to do with this. It's messed up that it happened. I'm really sorry, but obviously I can't control these people for what they're doing or whatever. And all along, I'm denying to the faction that I'm this streamer. I'm like, no, I'm not that streamer. That's not me. Okay. Well, what ended up happening was, even though I had been in that faction for like 1-2 years, I don't remember the time frame again. I don't have that data. They kicked me from the faction. Okay, they outright just kicked me from the faction and said, "Fuck you, get out." Okay.
And wait a second. And his reasoning behind that, I'm going to give you that last part one more time, because remember in the beginning of this broadcast when DSP said, you know, I know that after I tell you guys everything that some of you might leave, you know, despite the 16 years, despite what happened in the last month, you know, most of you guys won't believe me and you're just going to leave me. And I can't stop you. I can't stop you. I can't stop you from leaving, so on and so forth. That same type of thought process is what he's using right here. I bet you anything. He was like, hey man, I've been here for 2 years. You made me a leader of the faction, or one of the leaders of this faction or guild. I spent a lot of money. You can't just throw me out. And I can give you another example. Think about when he was on Machinima. Hey, I've been here for years, dude. I've made you guys a lot of money, this, that, and the third. How are you guys just going to oust me like this? You know what I'm saying? We've been in this relationship for such a long time. You can't just let something like this you can't just discard me. But that's what DSP does to people. Look at Brightside Viking. So that's a very interesting detail.
Not me. Okay. Well,
Sorry, I got to go back just a little bit further.
in front of me about it, I'm like, dude, I have nothing to do with this. You know, it's messed up that it happened. I'm really sorry, but obviously I can't control these people for what they're doing or whatever. And all along, you know, I'm denying to the faction that I'm this streamer. I'm like, no, I'm not that streamer. That's not me. Okay. Well, what ended up happening was, even though I had been in that faction for like 1-2 years, I don't remember the time frame again. I don't have that data. They kicked me from the faction. Okay, they outright just kicked me from the faction and said, "Fuck you, get out." Okay, so after kicking me from the faction, now I had already invested like 2 years into the game, and I didn't want all that time investment.
Sorry, I have another example for you. Actually, now I think about it. Think about when he was with the helicopter company. Is that Storky or whatnot? Sikorsky, whatever. Think about when he was with the helicopter company when they laid him off, and he was like, "I was there for so many years, and they invested they invested all this time and money with me, and they put me in the ACE program and all of that, and I have my ACE certification and all this, and they just let me go. They just fired me. They just threw me out on the street." Same concept. And see, that's what I'm saying. This isn't a behavior. Is it a condition, or it's a, how did I describe that? It's a complex. That's what it is. This is a complex that he's developed. That's fucking wild. And that's the thing that I try to tell you guys. I try to emphasize to people that anything that DSP has ever displayed, he's done it before. He's done it before. He's a creature of habit. So there's not one thing that DSP has ever really displayed to you at any given time that he hasn't done once before. It may just be more prevalent now, or it may be more prominent now, but he's definitely tried it before in some way, shape, or form.
And money investment to go to waste. So I went around looking for other factions. And that's when you could see this TJ Gamebox or whatever, who says that I joined his faction, right? And then all of a sudden my trolls were following me around from faction to faction, joining the faction as well, just to track, you know, information, to see how much money was being spent, to basically dox the other people in the faction. Okay? So I probably joined and got kicked out of 2-3 different factions as a result of this. Okay?
And then you try to make your own faction. Just let's not forget about that.
Now, basically, after all that happening, I was fed up. And I was like, I wonder, is there a way around this? Is there a way that I could just like protect my identity?
So okay, so let's think about this. Let's go ahead and play it out to where we're at right now. So our boy here, our little piggy, was with a faction, gets outed from that faction after lying to them repeatedly about him being somebody that he wasn't. Tries to join 2 or 3 other factions while also trying to make his own faction. Then he then he goes for the name change so he can go ahead and let me not ruin it. Then he goes for a name change. Keep that in mind. They Call Me DSP WWE Champions account is literally been soiled. It's compromised. Instead of letting that name go and whatnot before jumping on to his next faction, no, I'm going to keep that faction. I'm just going to go somewhere else. I'm going to keep that name. I'm just going to jump around to a couple others and see if they'll accept me. If they see how big of a whale I am, that might be enough shielding, enough protection, enough of a beard that maybe if they get trolled, they'll at least protect me because they'll see the value that I present. That's literally what his thought process is.
In the game? Well, the game doesn't let you change your name. All right. So I did actually at one point, I reached out to the people who ran the game and I said, is there a way we could change my name so that no one would know that I'm this person? And then they stop harassing everyone around me. Because listen, I want to keep playing your game. I've invested time and money into it, but I can't. Everywhere I go, these people are harassing and doxing everywhere I'm involved in. So
now that same tactic is what he tried to do with Machinima. It's what he tried to do with Curse. It's what he attempted to try to do with Blip. If you guys know the Blip saga, when he gave that veiled threat in his response video about, I have 100,000 followers that I've brought to your site, and they would be pretty upset if you go ahead and let me go over this one-time situation. That was a threat. So he tried to pull well, he didn't. I mean, he actually kind of successfully did it, if you think about it. Not to say they needed to be threatened. He was a whale, so they probably did him that accommodation. But he goes to them and basically gives him the pity party story on a situation that he created, by the way, and said, hey, I need a name change. If not, I can't play your game and spend money on it anymore. So what are you guys going to do? And so they took the knee. I don't even know if you could say they took the knee. They were like, all right, then whatever. You're probably not the first person that they've ever asked to do it. Your situation might be unique, but you're probably not the first person who asked for a name change who was a whale, who they could justify doing it. And even expanding upon the character limit, because that was another thing too. The DSP must be still highly valued in that game if his name can be longer than their actual character limit for names, which is another thing.
The company, who owns the game, who makes the game, said, yeah, we can see if we can change your name or whatever. Okay? So I can't remember the exact specifics of how it all went down. All right? But to make a long story short, they are so dumb. All right? I explained to them.
So wait. Are you trying to say that it's Scopey's fault? All right, let this play out. Then we'll see what's what, and then we'll spin the block back around, I guess. Then we'll double tap and see what's what. Because now I'm starting to jump ahead a bit. Like, you actually blame them for a request that you made? All right.
The timing of everything. Like, here's how you do it. What I will do is I will quit a faction that I'm in. All right? You change my name when I'm out of a faction. Now there's no way to track me because no one knows where I am. Then I could join a new faction. Okay? Great. They idiotically changed my name before the time we had agreed to.
Wait, what do you mean before the time that they agreed to? The moment you asked them for a name change and they said, yeah, why didn't you just quit the faction? You should have just ousted yourself out of the faction and that was it. What were you trying to do? Like, what was the time frame that you were asking? I got so many questions now. Like, that doesn't make any sense. If you really think about it, that's a great screenshot. That's angry, Phil. That's angry, Piggy. What the fuck did you have to do? What affairs, Phil, did you have to get in order before you asked to be released from this clan or this faction? I'm gonna reach on this one. Watch me work. Let me work. Please let me work. All right, so what I'm thinking is he goes to Scopey, asks for the name change. Goes to the faction leaders that he was in the faction that he was in, or the guild that he was in with, and says, hey, I'm about to get my name changed, this, that, and the third, because of all the harassment or whatever. Kick me out of the guild, like publicly oust me out of the guild. I'll go ahead and get the name change, and then you can invite me back as a new member. Now, this is really fucking retarded if you think about it. Let me tell you why. If you got all these rabid fucking wolves that are detractors, trolls, haters, and critics out here who are already on your ass within the guild that you're already in, and they see that you get ousted, and everybody cheers and everybody's passing around champagne and this, that, and the third. And then all of a sudden, a couple of days later, a new member shows up with the same goddamn stats, or at least close, or at least similar stats. Let's say that, because he's not going to stop playing during that period of time, so his stats are going to go up. You don't think they're not going to question that? Oh my god. Oh my god, the autism must be real with this fucking idiot, that you would think anybody wouldn't sit there and be able to suss that out eventually. Oh, that is fucking fantastic. Oh my god, that is fantastic, Phil. Holy that you actually thought that you could get that past a detractor, troll, hater, or critic blows my motherfucking mind. What the fuck? A name is just one part, or one aspect, if you will, of the account. They're going to look at the stats. And if your stats even closely match up, especially the login history, oh my god, Phil, you're such a fucking retarded monkey. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Evolution did not do the Brunel family any goddamn favors. Holy shit, bro. Absolute mental midget monkey thinking that that shit could work. I'm stunned. Truly the king of the dents. Truly king of the fucking dents.
All right. I explained to them, the timing of everything. Like, here's how you do it. What I will do is I will quit a faction that I'm in. All right. You change my name when I'm out of a faction. Now there's no way to track me because no one knows where I am. Then I could join a new faction.
No, he was going to join back that same faction. I'm pretty damn confident that's what he was going to do. He was going to, here, let me bring it back all the way to the beginning of the scheme, because that's what that is. Out here, fucking, we're scheming and shit. We're looking for angles or whatnot.
Identity in the game? Well, the game...
Okay, that's pretty close to what I'm looking for. This idiot, yeah, it's just like what I said. This idiot wanted to go to Scopy and see if he could get the name change. Then he was going to go back to the leaders of the group, tell them to oust him publicly, maybe even privately for all I know, but to have him ousted. And then he would get the name change and then have them invite him back. That's literally what he's going to do. He wasn't going to join a new faction. He wanted to stay where he was at. That's why he wanted to initiate the name change in the first place, because another faction let him in and he wanted to get shit cleaned up before he was discovered or rediscovered. Or before the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics that were already in there could do any more damage on his name. Oh man. Okay, that makes a whole lot more motherfucking sense. You silly piggy. silly piggy. Oh boy. The smell of bacon and desperation will follow you wherever you go. You'll never escape that. How many times I gotta tell you this shit? You give the pig enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Kicked out of 2-3 different factions as a result of this. Okay? Now, basically, after all that happening, I was fed up. And I was like, I wonder, is there a way around this? Is there a way that I could just, like, protect my identity in the game? Well, the game doesn't let you change your name. All right? So I did actually, at one point, I reached out to the people who ran the game. And I said, is there a way we could change my name so that no one would know that I'm this person? And then they stop harassing everyone around me? Because listen, I want to keep playing your game. I've invested time and money into it, but I can't. Everywhere I go, these people are harassing and doxing everywhere I'm involved in.
Okay, real quick. Question for the comment section. I might start doing this, actually. This might be a thing I start doing. Do you think Darksydephil would have asked for that name change if he wasn't so heavily invested in the game? Let me remix that. If DSP was more of a grinder than a spender, do you think he would have gone to WWE Champions or to Scopy for that name change? And second part of the question, so think of it as a two-part question. Do you think Scopy would have given it to him if he only was grinding the game out and not spending money? I don't want to say spending as much money because, I want it to be somewhat conclusive, but I'll give you guys the wiggle room if you like. So first part of the question, if DSP was a grinder instead of a spender, would they have given him the name change? And No, that's no. The original question still stands in place. Yeah, if he wasn't a whale, if he wasn't spending heavily and crazy, would they have given him the name change? And if he was a grinder more than a spender, would they? Yeah. Okay, same question stands. I wonder. I want to tell you no. To be honest, I want to tell you no. Even with the amount of years that he put into the game, they couldn't. They wouldn't be able to financially. They wouldn't be able to financially be able to justify it. The amount of time that you put in a game is really comes down to being your fault. To be honest, but you putting time and money behind it makes you a bit more of a priority. But anyway, a question for the chat or for the comment section. Sorry. And we'll see where that goes. That might open up an interesting line of discussion.
So the company, who owns the game, who makes the game, said, "Yeah, we can see if we can change your name or whatever." Okay? So I can't remember the exact specifics of how it all went down. All right? But to make a long story short, they are so dumb. All right? I explained to them, the timing of everything. Like, here's how you do it. What I will do is I will quit a faction that I'm in. All right? You change my name when I'm out of a faction. Now there's no way to track me because no one knows where I am. Then I could join a new faction. Okay? Great. They idiotically changed my name before the time we had agreed to. So everyone saw the name change. I was still in the faction. People were still tracking the account and they saw the name change. They fucked it up. All right? So at this point now...
Nah, they didn't. And because I'm thinking... Because how much time did he ask them for? He's not going to give you the details because it's going to make him look even more stupid. And it's going to make him come across more slimy. Because, yet again, my theory is he was trying to get back in contact with the leaders of this guild, let them know what the situation is, then have the name change initiated, then get back into the guild with a fresh start, if you will. Even though the way DSP types is going to end up outing him on top of all the other stuff that I said that he would be outed for. So it really don't matter. But yeah, this is a lose-lose no matter how you look at it. No matter what, he was going to lose this fight. Literally, no matter what, he was going to lose this fight. And then him dictating to them terms, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Like, giving them instructions on when to do it. Bitch, we're doing you a favor. To be honest, we're extending you a courtesy, an outlier, if you will, of a situation. They're really doing him the solid, not the other way around. You lose one whale, a few more will eventually pop up. It's not that serious. So the very thing that he was betting on to being his point of value ended up basically being ousted from under him, if you will. Which is ironic because that's what happened with Twitch. He thought he was so goddamn special. Twitch loves him and his streams. And then look what happened to his ass. And they didn't love you that much, did they? They didn't care about you that much, huh? The moment Hassan was gone, not Hassan Piker, the other one. Once Hassan or whatever his name was got up and out of there, you know what I'm saying? Getting propositioned by those fucking e-girls, those e-thoughts over there, getting videos and shit, sharing it with your buddies in Discord and all that crazy shit. I'll tell you that story later if you want to know. That shit got expanded upon quite a bit, especially over the last couple of years. After asking for all those favors and whatnot, on top of the allegations of what girls may have done for him at TwitchCon and some of his friends too, allegedly. But if any of that is true, then that just opens up a whole new can of worms. But anyway, just because fucking Hassan was fucking watching your ass back on Twitch back in the day don't mean a goddamn thing, bro. Because it's funny, the moment that dude gets ousted, then all of a sudden DSP ain't protected no more. And I know a lot of people have said, oh, well, we don't have any proof of that. We don't know if that guy is really watching them. You see what the timeline is? Make it make sense then. Make it make sense of how this one guy who had all this control and all this influence, not only in his department, but in other departments, right? On who gets banned, who doesn't, how bans get fucking the terms or the time limits of bans were getting shaved off and all that extra silly shit. It's funny how when he was dictating all that bullshit, he was in power. It's funny how the moment that dude gets ousted, then everybody started getting all fucked up, including Darksydephil. Don't worry, I'll wait.
Now, it's like, there's no way at all that I'm going to be able to play this game, because everywhere I go and everything I do, these people are going to be tracking it or whatever. So after a series of months kind of laying low, I think like a month or two, I didn't even have a faction. And then I tried to join
the Gouty fugitive. Laying low. You had to hide out, Phil. You had to send people out to get you supplies and whatnot while you waited. Oh, no, fuck that. Let's go back to Gout World, to Gout War 3. So what was it, Phil? You were finally in your bunker. Was it the final days of the Gouty War, of the Gout Wars and whatnot? You're in your bunker and shit, kind of figuring out what your last situation is going to be. Is that what it was? You got to figure out what the fucking scenario is going to be, how we're going to play it out. Are you going to fucking surrender? Are you going to send all those young boys out there to die for you so you can go ahead and have another day or two? Are all those dents going to have to throw themselves on landmines, you know what I'm saying, just so you can have another day? Is that what it is? Come on, Phil. Oh, this shit damn near going to write itself. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. We're going to take this shit all the way to Netflix. All the way to Netflix.
a couple other factions, and they kept following me around these factions to harass and troll.
Okay, maybe not Netflix, like Tubi or whatever, or FreeViz or whatever, okay? Don't look at me!
And shit like that. Eventually, I just gave up. And I said, I'm never going to be able to play this game ever again. But I've got a lot of shit invested in this game, okay? Now, I'm going to leave it at that for now. We're going to go back to there, all right? Some of the things that my detractors have said over the years are outright lies. For example, that whole story about the Line app, okay? That's false. Once I did register for Line app, okay? It had nothing to do with WWE champions at all, all right? It actually had to do with, and why would I lie, right? Right now.
Oh my Christ. Oh my Christ. You really want to go down this route? Okay. You just admitted to lying to your fan base for years to keep the detractors, trolls, haters, and critics from having a leg up, right? Then you lied again to the faction that you were in for however long it was, saying that you weren't the person that these detractors, trolls, haters, and critics claimed you to be. They ousted you out of that. Then who knows what fucking false story you gave to Scopy to get the name change when you were trying to join up with, when you finally got accepted into the second faction. Well, not your second one. It had been like your fourth or fifth at that point. Anyway, whatever. So if you lied about all those situations, why would anybody believe you on the fucking shit now? And on top of that, James the Lesser's video on this shit literally proves it. Like, that boy's got you dead to motherfucking rights. Oh, man. All right. Whatever. Boy, in the last days of the Gout Wars, the Piggy Fuhrer did everything he could to keep the Dent Third Reich, or no, the Dent Fourth Reich in line and shit, as the Allied detractor forces were closing in on him and shit. Holy Christ.
Okay? Now, I'm going to leave it at that for now. We're going to go back to there, all right? Some of the things that my detractors have said over the years are outright lies. For example, that whole story about the Line app, okay? That's false. Once I did register for Line app, okay?
What? Can we not formulate fucking words anymore?
Okay? Now, I'm going to leave it at that for now. We're going to go back to there, all right? Some of the things that my detractors have said over the years are outright lies. For example, that whole story about the Line app, okay? That's false. Once I did register for Line app, okay? It had nothing to do with WWE champions at all, all right? It actually had to do with, and why would I lie, right? Right now, I'm literally already telling you this. So why would I lie about this part?
Because you lied to them before that, so why wouldn't you be lying now? Like, that's not the justification or clarification, really. That's not the clarification that you think it is, Phil. That doesn't reestablish trust. Not in the way that you think. Oh, you sick little monkey.
Okay? I never used Line app to play WWE champions. The Line app account was because I had a potential sponsorship opportunity lined up. And basically, I found out basically when I started to research it, it was a scam. It was like a scam company who was going to fuck me basically somehow. But they wanted to communicate via Line app. Now,
that doesn't make any sense either, because they could have reached out to you on Twitter, They could have reached out to you on Discord. So, I mean, not to say that couldn't happen, but you went out of no. Let's think about the logic in this. I need no. He reaching now. I feel Phantom Rees all over this bullshit. So let me get this straight. The Gouty ruler of the Gouty Fourth Reich someone reached out to him for a sponsorship opportunity. To continue communications with him, he needed to have a line app. Now, that doesn't make any sense at all. How did they reach out to you beforehand, Phil? Did you already, according to your story, you didn't know what line app was, and that was the only way they were willing to communicate with you. But when they presented, what platform were you on when they presented the opportunity or this offer to you? Was it on Twitter? Excuse me, was it on Discord? Did they whisper you on Twitch? What was it? And you didn't think it was weird to continue your correspondence with them through whatever app or whatever platform you were already on to establish communication with? Instead of going off to some random shit you didn't know nothing about? On top of that, we know that line app was important for communications with the guild, which is the reason why they asked you to do it. No. Eat a dick. Eat a fucking dick. That doesn't make no goddamn sense. That doesn't make no damn sense. If someone reached out to me on Twitter and was like, hey, we want to present you guys with a sponsorship opportunity, so on and so forth, would you be interested? Yeah, sure, go ahead and tell me about it. Oh, no, I need you to go over to this application right here, and then we can speak about it more. The fuck is that application? Oh, you want to talk on Discord? No, we got to talk over here. Thank you, fuck you, bye. End of story. Hit them with the Jim Cornette and be done with shit. The fuck? You're gonna randomly send me off to some random ass app and shit to fucking talk to you? That makes no sense, especially when that random ass app has my phone number linked to it. That can publicly be viewed. What sense does that make? Oh my god. This is literally Fotabi, Laveria Media, honey dicking all over again, apparently, the way he's describing it. Oh god. Come on, Phil. You still ain't learned yet? That $9,000 for those statues situation, you still ain't learned yet? The $6,000 nonsense and whatnot to help you with your taxes? That donation that you looked out for years? You got to get deep in your lore to know this shit. That's 2017 shit. You don't remember any of that shit? 2017, 2018, I think? No, it was definitely 2017. Some of it might have been 2018. I'm pretty sure it was 2017. End of 2017, like late 2017 type shit. But it could have bled in 2018. Fucking it. You think, like, what the fuck, Phil? You never learned. There's no such thing as a free lunch. There is no such thing as a free lunch. People are incredibly generous. But you just outright take advantage of people and expect to get everything for free. Can't do that. That's what got that one VTuber that I've been following. This VTuber case got all fucked up because she ain't sat there and wild out over a fucking plushie or whatever the fuck that was. Oh my god, nonsense. I really need to sit down with Asian GTG and actually go over some of that. That VTuber drama is crazy. Like, there is so much nonstop VTuber drama out there. We'll see. I might dip my toes in it, see what's what. There's always some type of nonsense going on in that community.
Actually don't know if like it was a detractor or something. I have no clue. All right. But yeah, it was fucked. It was like really fucked. And basically the lineup thing's bullshit. Okay. The lineup thing's complete bullshit. On top of that, a lot of the shit that was said about WWE champions was outright lies. Okay. So for example,
now it's also weird too. You know how he misspoke or it could have been a mistake? How come detractors, trolls, haters, and critics don't get that benefit of the doubt? It always has to be a lie. It's all just mistruth, lies, a nugget of truth, whatever. But when he does it, oh, I misspoke. It was a mistake. Okay.
My detractors would go out and be like, Phil spent $2,000, $3,000.
And here's the thing. Why would you put such an emphasis on the line app? Like, what even purpose does that serve? By you trying to dispel that? That literally just, I don't know. I feel like that was like he wasted his own breath doing that shit. Like, what was the point of that? Like, literally, what's the point of that? Like, what are you trying to, like, what purpose does that serve? And why would you prioritize that over the money? The amount of money, I should say, that you spent. Why would you do that? I don't know. Whatever. You can't decipher everything a dent does.
Dollars in a weekend or whatever. on WWE champions. It's completely wrong. They have no idea what they're talking about. Either they don't know how the game works, or they're purposefully overinflating numbers. You know, there were...
Never mind. I know why he's doing it. He's doing this to... I know why he's doing it. He's trying to soften the blow of the fucking Bank of America leaks. That, according to him, isn't even his account. So then if it's not your account, then how are you a victim of identity theft? Sorry, I'm asking too many questions. That's forbidden knowledge. That's too many questions. Too many questions.
Weekends, this is back then, you know, we're talking years ago, where I spent a couple $100s in a weekend on the game. Admit that. They would say I spent $1,200. Where are you getting that information from, right? Again, they could be grossly exaggerating on purpose because they know there's no real way to...
Are they exaggerating or lying? Because that's two separate things, Phil. Now you're kind of just getting... Now you're literally mixing them up. I'm not sure if you're doing it on purpose or because you're stupid. Let's continue.
Verify this. If I say something, I'm publicly exposing myself.
Wait a second. You don't even remember some of the initial details on how long you were in a faction. So how am I supposed to take any credence to anything that you say as it pertains to your spending? Now that I think about it, let me go further because I'm a dickhead. You admitted at least multiple times in this small period of time that you've lied multiple times to multiple people. So why wouldn't you lie? If you would lie multiple... Let's remix that. If you're willing to lie multiple years about playing set game, why wouldn't you lie to us or anybody else? Why wouldn't you lie about the amount of money you spent on it? See how stupid you are? That's why you're a lol cow. And that's why you got to beat your lol cows regularly. Because if not, they start getting out of pocket and they start coming up with even more elaborate lies, which are just stupid, by the way. They're never really elaborate. They think it's elaborate. They think they're being cunning. They think they're fucking the smartest pig in the room. And they're really not. They're just bacon. They just don't know it yet.
Right? So it's bullshit. Every time they say that, oh, he spent this on the game, he spent that on the game, it's always wrong. In fact, what I can tell you is that in regards to the game, there are always ways to, like, score points in an event.
And then this doesn't even really matter because since then, if we come back to our current timeline, you've seen how he spends money in WWE Champions on his third account. So he's literally contradicting himself. He's contradicting the amount of spending that's required. If you go back to all those segments where he was like, okay, we need to do this, we need to do this, we need to accomplish this, we need to purchase this and this so we can do this thing. And then we need to do this and this for this event. And then we have to do this and this so we can get the bonus points and whatnot and credits. So we have this for later on. Like, if you put all of that spending together, it literally reinforces what people have said about him and his spending habits. Yikes. See, I don't even have to work that hard. I'm choosing to do that on purpose because I'm not lazy. At least not at the moment.
Event that's not spending. And a lot of the times what it is, it's based on previous spending. So let's say last month you spent some money and you got one of the good characters, the new character. You could use them in the next month, right? To score in that event. But they're saying, oh, the only...
But because each character has multiple tiers, you have to spend a lot of money to get the better tier of a certain character. Jesus Christ, Phil. Jesus Christ, Phil, you're free to me. You're free. I don't even need to hang you. I'm gonna start cutting bacon off your back while you're still alive. You know what I'm saying? Which I've always done anyway, but I'm gonna take even more glee to do it. I'm not even gonna try to avoid the oysters on your back. I'm just gonna start cutting bacon off your back. You ready? You ready? Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. Jesus Christ, when you make this shit too easy.
The way that we know how much he spent is because it's based on, like, coin pulls. So he must have pulled this many coins or this many loot pulls to get this many points in the event. That's not how the game works. But they claim it is. But that's not how the game works.
But that's not true either. They said there was multiple ways of... Like... BT9494 and TJ Gamebox have been very, very thorough on how this works. They've been very, very thorough about how this shit works. Like, Jesus Christ. And then, he's such an idiot. For those of you who know, you know. There's an account on Twitter, I think it's still active, that followed DSP's activities in WWE Supercard. Which, what did I tell you guys earlier on in this broadcast? That anything that DSP does, he's done before at a previous time. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's literally just recycling the same bullshit over and over again. None of this shit's new. He's constantly he's constantly going through the same fucking cycles over and over and over again. Because he's a creature of habit.
At all. So they grossly have always over-exaggerated the spending that I've done in the game. Okay?
And I assume this is some type of mental thing, so he could try to regain some control of the situation, which he's not. He's literally digging the grave even deeper, and for no reason. For no reason. Just literally giving up all of this extra that no one was asking for just because. Just because he thinks he's the smartest person in the room. Just because I'll give them some nuggets of some shit that I think that they already know, and then I can run away scot-free with everything else. You know what I mean? Just like with the WWE Champion's shit on his phone. I've been having long-term arguments with multiple people. Initially, it was just Proper. But now it's multiple people I'm having arguments with on the fact that Phil did that shit on purpose. That shit was bait. He did that shit on purpose because he was already caught. He was already dead to rights and whatnot when that shit happened with Jasper on his chair and the WWE shit was on his phone. There was no point in him going about hiding it anymore. We already had him dead to rights. He was already outed. You know what I'm saying? He's already outed. He sat there and gave us something we already knew. And it didn't even really change the situation. Yeah, there was a blow up about it for a little while, and then people went back to work. So nothing, it really didn't change anything. He gave us something we already knew. And that's how that whole situation should be looked at.
Now, here's the part. Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right? Because it's kind of,
if you're a debt and if you don't have any prior knowledge of any of this shit, maybe. But even then, I'd say no. Even someone with common sense and has no clue about WWE champions or DSP or any of this shit would look at this and be like, this seems incredibly convoluted for no fucking reason. Like, what's the point of all this? Like, why are you even talking about it?
what my detractors have always said, all right? Now I'm going to tell you the part of the story absolutely nobody fucking knows whatsoever.
More of our secrets, our dirty little fucking secrets.
All right? As of today, I don't have any control or ownership of that account anymore.
Remember this. This is going to be important later.
All right? I sold it.
Wow, you committed an illegal act to cover up your embarrassing spending? Wow, that's like that dumb shit that Review Tech did, where he was going to send you a compromised PC and then covered it up with this fucking ridiculous story about Dropbox and him having pictures of underage girls, his stepdaughters, now that I think about it, because they're his baby's mom's kids with some other guy. You had pictures of them in bikinis when they were young in a Dropbox. And then it was weird how you gave access to the Dropbox because your phone, a burner phone, by the way, that you were viewing the Dropbox information on, you saw it go off, and you tried to reach for it, and it slipped and fell into a bag, which gave the two-factor authorization shit to whoever it was that was trying to access the shit. And then you immediately blamed Kino Casino for having the information in the Dropbox because they hacked it. But then that turned out to be bullshit because you got scared that they were going to pull a card on you that you didn't know what it was. So you gave the convoluted story about the Dropbox. In actuality, they caught you up on some other silly shit and didn't even know about the Dropbox thing until you told them. It was Jay who actually accessed the Dropbox because the PC that you sent them that was compromised, that one that was supposed to go to Darksydephil, it went to him. And he was going through some of the files and shit because he wanted to see what was on there that he could get rid of so he could, use it the way he wanted to use it. And then it's even more funny that, there's no way I could have compromised that PC. I wouldn't know how. But then when you had the fallout with Jay, all of a sudden, every time Jay is actually going up there on stream, the streams are getting fucked up because the PC shuts itself off randomly and all that other silly shit. And there's plenty of guys out here who want to defend Rich and say there's no way, it's not possible, yada, yada, stop. I mean, if that's what you want to think of, stop. But it's really crazy how Rich is running around here fucking willing to be called a pedophile. And I've never called him that, but he definitely has CP adjacent shit on a burner phone to access that Dropbox. That sounds just suspect as fuck and whatnot. But he's willing to get called all that, but he's not willing to man up and say that computer might have been a honeypot. It might have been used to fuck around with Rich and DSP with one way or another. DSP ain't gonna do shit about it. He ain't gonna pull no charges on you. So what the fuck? And I assume most detractors, trolls, haters, critics don't give a fuck that much. So what was the point of all that? I sent DSP a compromised computer to fucking troll him with, or I admitted to having CP adjacent shit in the Dropbox that I only had access through a burner cell phone that I have. Okay. Okay. More of that lol cow logic.
At the times when I was like desperate for money and shit was going down, I sold the account. All right. And you might say, well, how is that possible? Right? Well, you may not think it's possible because technically you shouldn't be able to sell an account. But I actually just alluded to this on a stream the other day. And I was wondering if anyone was going to pick up on this. But no one seems to have picked up on it.
See what I mean? This goes back to that secret bullshit that he liked to pull, where he's the smartest person in the room. And he knows all the angles and shit and whatnot. And he's throwing out little breadcrumbs and shit. What do they call them? Pork rinds. He's sitting here putting out little pork rinds for people to see if they pick up on shit. The same shit that he tried to say about Jasper. Oh, well, I don't know how you guys didn't pick up that Jasper's been here all this time. You guys didn't hear the little bell on his collar? You guys never heard that on stream? You never picked that up? That's before the Jasper reveal. Well, it was after the Jasper reveal, but he tried to say Jasper had been around long before that, and he was surprised people didn't pick up on it.
Okay? So the reason I knew you could sell an account was because when I was really, on the original account, before I'd even changed my name, all right, there was another group in the game.
On the original account. Now remember, up to this point, he hasn't said anything about having a second account. But now he's saying on the original account, which is him hinting that he has a second one.
And they were called, like, the Haven, all right? And they were one of the top factions in the game. And one of the leaders of the Haven was retiring from the game after like 2-3 years of playing it. And they announced this publicly, we're retiring or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So basically he retires. He publicly announces he's retiring, yet his account is still active. It's still being used in events. People are fighting against this account in events. Like, wait a minute, the guy retired. He made a big public thing about it. So how the hell is his account still working? So people knew that basically you could basically sell your account.
You're a fucking retard. That doesn't justify and or align and or certify or prove really that he sold anything. He easily could have passed that on to another member of the guild. He easily could have given that shit to his little brother. He could have done a bunch of things with that. That doesn't prove not a goddamn thing. Here, let me put you on game. So, as someone who grinds out, I've been known to grind out accounts in Call of Duty for other people and shit. I've gotten paid to do it, right? I didn't sell, or I've been asked to actually start an account fresh, grind the weapons out in unlocks or whatever, and then I had the option of essentially picking whatever value I chose to put on it to sell it for. That's an actual thing. There's an actual market for that. Right? People sell accounts in Call of Duty and any first-person game, to be honest with you. Depending on what they want. Whether they want rankings in rank play or league play, don't come to me for that because I'm not good enough for that. Or to rank out certain weapons and shit, or rank out camos or whatever the fuck. For example. But then again, some of those same accounts, I've grinded that shit out for friends. I've grinded that shit out for nieces and nephews. Secondary accounts, third accounts. These are accounts that aren't my people's main account. They're just other accounts that they have they can fuck around on, or they can hang out with certain friends and shit without fucking up their stats or whatever, and do tests on. I have a cornucopia of accounts on Xbox and PlayStation, respectfully, and Steam, where I fucking grind shit on in Call of Duty or whatever first-person shooter I feel like fucking with. Even Street Fighter, just to test shit out before I fuck around on my main account. That's nothing new. But what you're saying or what you're describing doesn't prove that whoever this person was from the Haven, right, fucking actually sold the account. They could have easily have passed it on to somebody else. They could have given the account away. That's something that happens quite a bit in multiple games. So that proves nothing. That legitimately proves nothing. On top of that, did you ask whoever this person was if they were going to sell it? No? Okay, so what are you saying? Did he say that he was selling it? Of course he wasn't going to do that. That was illegal. So what made you think that this guy was a criminal and just sold his account? Like, what's your justification behind that? This proves nothing. I'm not sorry, but I'm not sorry. That proves not a goddamn thing. That doesn't prove a goddamn thing at all. He's reaching. He's reaching his ass off. On top of that, retard, people can go into the game and see if this faction exists. If this faction does exist, then they must have chat logs. If they have chat logs, then they can go back and prove, or at least try to go back and see, if someone who was a leader of this faction really sold the game, or really actually was retiring from the game. Like, you do realize that some of this can be tracked down if any of this is even true, right? See, Phil's not expecting anybody to do that. I don't know why he wouldn't. Like, you would think he'd be smart enough at this point. Great screenshot. But, I don't know. Phil's an idiot, so it is what it is. But that proves literally nothing.
Seems to have picked up on it. Okay?
All right, let me bring this whole section back in full. But that literally proves not a goddamn thing. That proves nothing. You made an assumption to try to... You made an assumption and whatnot, and it's starting a narrative to try to fit your own point. That literally doesn't work. And that, and being that, you're a pathological liar with no credibility. Why would anybody believe you? Holy shit. Oh, sometimes, I gotta admit, outside of my theory that he lies to... He's just addicted to lying. I wonder if he lies as cope. Does he do it to make himself feel better? Does he do it to reinforce that I am intelligent? I am clever. I am cunning. Look at how I'm getting over on people. I wonder if he does that for his own self-esteem or lack thereof.
As of today, I don't have any control or ownership of that account anymore. All right? I sold it. At the times when I was like desperate for money and shit was going down, I sold the account. All right? And you might say, well, how is that possible? Right? Well, you may not think it's possible because technically you shouldn't be able to sell an account, but I actually just alluded to this on a stream the other day. And I was wondering if anyone was...
And wait, now that I think about it, going off of his nonsense, you're admitting... you're admitting to breaking TOS on a game that you're currently playing. You have your second account, which he's already alluded to, and then you have your third account that, well, no, he hadn't made that third account yet for WWE Champions. Then he started playing on stream. I don't think he was doing that yet. Given the timeline, what is this? This is in September. I don't know when he started playing. I don't remember off the top of my head when he started playing WWE Champions on stream. But even still, his secondary account that he's admitting that he's going to eventually admit that he's playing on, because he's basically admitted that he has one. You're playing on that. You're telling me that the fucking engineers at Scopy aren't going to be able to sniff that shit out? They could literally... I don't see why they couldn't hit his second account with some type of penalty for what he just did, especially if it breaks their TOS. I don't know, something to think about.
Going to pick up on this. But no one seems to have picked up on it. Okay? So the reason I knew you could sell an account was because when I was really, on the original account, before I'd even changed my name, all right, there was another group in the game, and they were called, like, the Haven, all right? And
now, that might not even be the real name of the clan now that you think about it. Because he said, some clan name, like, he didn't actually say definitively what the name is. So he could be very well lying about this, too, which you should always expect it to be a lie until you can prove it. He's guilty before proven innocent. Always. Any lol cow gets that. And don't ever forget it. When it comes to a lol cow, they are guilty until proven innocent.
Original account, before I'd even changed my name, all right, there was another group in the game, and they were called, like, the Haven, all right? And they were one of the top factions in the game. And one of the leaders of the Haven was retiring from the game after like 2-3 years of playing it. And they announced this publicly, we're retiring or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just going to go out on a limb and say the story's bullshit. For sure. Because if this was before his initial name change, that means he literally would expect people to have to go, well, he's not expecting anybody to look at anything. That's really what he doesn't want. That's why he's trying to discourage people. But you're talking about going back to like 2017, 2018. Actually, you can't even do that because the game started in 2017-ish. Late 2016, 2017, I guess, is when WWE Champions started up. And he said this guy was one of the top members of this faction for like 2 or 3 years, and then he sold the account. So that puts let's say, so we're talking about 2019, 2020. We're in 2024. So you would literally have to go back 4 years to see if you could actually find this. And he's definitely hoping that no one ever did that. I'm not saying anybody did or didn't because I don't know, but I would assume he would expect you not to. For all you know, that clan doesn't exist. It may have never existed. And since he won't say the name of the actual player itself, you know what I'm saying? How do you track that down? Which is another thing. So he's sitting here telling you a story about another guy that did something that broke TOS in another clan, but he himself is admitting to doing it while he's currently playing on his second account. Make it make sense.
So basically, he retires. He publicly announces he's retiring, yet his account is still active. It's still being used in events. People are fighting against this account in events. Like, wait a minute, the guy retired. He made a big public thing about it. So how the hell is his account still working? So people knew that basically you could basically sell your account. Of course, there's no outright way to do it. So basically,
and then look at how scummy this was. This is me nitpicking, but that's what I do. Instead of saying you're not allowed to do that, that's against TOS or whatever, he decides to skirt that shit and say, oh, well, you're not, you shouldn't, most people don't know how to do it. Instead of just coming out and saying, hey, you're not supposed to do that shit. Instead, he decides to skirt that shit and say, and give his little piggy excuses and shit, his pig whimpers, and then moves on. What a scumbag. Holy fuck. And he wonders why he's so hated.
People are fighting against this account in events. Like, wait a minute, the guy retired. He made a big public thing about it. So how the hell is his account still working? So people knew that basically you could basically sell your account. Of course, there's no outright way to do it. So basically,
there's no outright way to do it. So you should have so under each person's profile, you should have a buy this account button or some shit. What a fucking retard.
What I did, I reached out and I found that there was a market for this.
How'd you learn about that? Who'd you reach out to? No details whatsoever. Where did you find the information for this? Who'd you go to ask, hey, how would I sell my account? Or is there a marketplace for this? What research did you do? I know, I'm asking too many questions. I know. I'm asking way too many questions.
There's third-party resellers. And what you do is you can give them certain criteria and information about the game, login accounts and things that would give them ownership of the account. And you could give that to them for money. And I sold it.
Wait, if you need to give them your login credentials, wouldn't they need your email address to do so? Wouldn't they need your email address to actually access the account? You really see Darksydephil giving away hotmail.com and whatever? And then if the account had to be switched over to somebody else, and a new email would have to be placed or whatever, wouldn't they need some type of access to some type of personal information to turn the account over? Or is it just as easy of desyncing one account to another? Because trust me, if you're trying to do that with your like Activision account, it's pretty fucking simple. it's pretty easy and whatnot. I don't know. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
All right. That was a few years ago. So I have not had any control over this account for years. That was the single worst thing I could have done. Because what I should have done, I should have just closed the account. Because if I just closed the account, even though people would have accused me of this for years and years, endlessly moving forward, all right, it would have kind of went away.
No, it wouldn't. But you were desperate for the money, though. So why would you closing the account ever be the option? On top of that, didn't you say that you had already invested so much time and capital in it, and it had all these resources, and that's why you chose to jump from faction to faction? That's why you chose for multiple name changes? Like, why would, at the very, very, very end, you wouldn't try to recoup some of that money back? You know, like with the fucking statues and shit. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and walk yourself up onto that podium, Phil. Go ahead and put the noose on yourself, man. Go ahead. You wanna pull the lever too when it's time for you to hang? Makes my job easier.
Right? But instead, I was like, man,
shit, maybe I need to train you to fucking cut the bacon off your back yourself. That would I take a lot of pleasure in that, actually. I take a lot of pride in that. All right, scratch that last part.
I put so much time and money into this, right? I don't want to, I want to get something out of it, and I sold it like an idiot. And I hate that I did it now, because now I literally have no control over it at all. I can't.
Interesting how he's saying I don't have any access to it. He's just saying I don't have any control over it. There's a distinction between the two, obviously, but very interesting tidbit if you really take that into consideration.
Show you, and like, for example, people that will show the account. I literally can't, and I haven't been able to for years, because it's not my account anymore. I don't have ownership of it. I have nothing to show you to prove that, you know, they'd call me DSP, and then the names that change, you know, that last name was down for the Raptors. I can't show you anything. Okay? I mean, you got morons in the chat, really morons.
So then how are you gonna, okay, see, now I'm gonna have to start showing my cards. No, actually, fuck that. Now I'm gonna have to reveal a move here, and I really don't want to do that shit, because I've had you at check for a minute, and I'm just playing with my food. I shouldn't do that, because I have an appetite for destruction. I try to be scraping my plate at this point. But if you have no access to the original account, how were you gonna prove to Craig that the account wasn't yours, even though you've already admitted to lying? So if Craig really was to call your bluff, what information were you going to send him? I want you guys to really think about that. He's admitted to lying. He's admitted to lying for years. He's now saying that he had already sold the account. So how would he have been able to prove that?
I think that there's like a lot of that stemmed from the WWE Champions thing. That's where a lot of the meat came from, right? So we asked you about that several times. You know, we got the runaround on it. We all knew it was the runaround, right? There were, you know, we talked about you sharing your account, and then, you know, and then that didn't happen. And that was when the internet went out and everything associated with that. And so, you know, we were upset about it, right? Because we smelt the shit. And I think that there's like actually like a lot of irony when it comes to this, and that like just was yesterday, you know, I get sent clips to you all the time, and leading up to this especially, you know, where you talked about WWE champions, and you said that, you know, you spent you know, forever lying about it, right? So, so with that said, like, do you think that you know, you admitted to lying about this, right? Do you think that we had a right to be upset because we felt you were lying? We knew you were lying. You admitted to lying. Do you feel that we had a right to be upset the next day?
Well, let me put it into these terms. Okay, when a guest is going to be on a show and is going to be interviewed, and they know there's going to be hard-hitting questions, and that was all previously established. All right, we knew all this was going to happen. That's why I agreed to do the interview, because I felt like this was going to be it, the definitive interview or whatever. Okay, never in my wildest dreams did I expect that the next day after the interview you were going to do that. You didn't even tell the public you were going to do that. And now, let's be honest here. What actually happened on that Friday show is you talked to my detractors almost the entire show. You were reading all of their contributions as they rolled in. I think some of them were previously from the interview the day before. I want to be fair here. I think there were like leftovers you hadn't shouted out the day before. And then there was a ton of contributions that came in that day from my detractors. So you just sat there reading them. And, okay, you're upset with me. You don't believe me. You smell shit. All right? But there's a difference between saying, well, we just did this big interview, we don't believe him, versus actually like actively participating in memes that they have about me. Your entire cast laughed ack on the show, Craig, together, as if this was something funny to do to deride Phil. I was the guest on your show the day before for 5 hours. I was on your show and answered hard-hitting questions. You didn't have to believe the answers.
Hold on. Did you answer? Because you
didn't. I did. Oh, indeed I answered. You just didn't like the answers.
Phil, don't flip that on me, because you didn't. You were dishonest with us, and we smelt that.
It's still an answer. It doesn't matter if it's honesty or not. It's still an answer.
Then let me ask you this, Phil. Will you apologize for lying to us? Because that's where a lot of that came from. It's like, we knew you were lying, right?
Okay.
And I gave you an opportunity multiple times. I remember pleading with you, Phil, just come clean on this. And the opportunity was there. And had you just come clean at that instance, everybody would move past this. So I do think that, like, once again, why were we upset, Phil? What's the root of all this? We felt and we knew and we smelt a lie. We smelt it, right? So, and you admitted yesterday to lying to us. So that to me stings, because you're not only lying to me, you're lying to your audience, you're lying to my audience, and you're lying to everybody else. So you should apologize to me and Adam and Travis and Blabs and everybody else who watched that show, because they were expecting the definitive DSP interview, and what they got was lies. That's not definitive, Phil. That's the issue I had with this.
Okay, now since we're getting into the nuance of it now, let's go talk, because the lies you're talking about are WWE champions. That's what we're talking about. Let's hone in on.
But will you apologize though? Because that's
let's hold on. Let's talk. Let's do this. All right. Let's, like, man to man. Don't demand something from me now. Let's talk like men.
I'm asking.
Okay. If in that interview, all right, I had been honest with you and completely transparent, and I said fessed up to everything, right? Immediately you would have said, "That's great. Prove it." Correct? You would have said, "Prove everything you're saying."
And we gave you the opportunity to.
Okay, now let's be real about this, because I don't want you to lie to the internet about it. I want to be real about this.
I'm not going to lie to the internet. I'm not.
In that interview, all right, you said to me, show me evidence of what stuff you're saying, show me screen captures or whatever. And I'm going to be honest with you. No, I was never going to do that on the fly, because I'm the kind of guy, I want to make sure if I'm going to do something like that, I want to make sure everything's safe. I want to make sure it's correct. I'm not going to send you something just to say it wasn't good enough. I want you to show you the definitive evidence to prove what I'm saying or whatever, okay? So I'm thinking in my head during the interview, because I didn't know you were going to hit me with that. Honestly, I thought you were just going to ask me questions and I was going to answer. I didn't know you were going to say, this is your opportunity to actually clear this up. I never thought you would do that. So when I'm thinking in my head, okay, how can I prove it? How can I do this? How can I do that? I need to get this stuff together for you, right? And you had left the door open. And in fact, this is what, near the end of the interview, we were talking about this. If you want to, clarify everything, you can send it to me after we're done here. We even left the door open for that, correct? You remember that, right? I'm not making that up. That was correct.
Right. And to be clear, I actually have our emails pulled up.
Sure.
If you have those pulled up, I think that you can read your part and I can read my part, just so everybody is on the same page and there's full clarity on all this stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I don't need to read them. I know exactly what they say.
Well, I think it's important, just so this is us talking, but
yeah,
we'd be ignorant to say that there's not a couple, few thousand people who, once again, this is part of the story of how we got here, right? So I do think it's important, because I don't want to leave any context out. So do you mind if I read our emails after the just our back and forth that we had after, because I think it does provide context to what we're talking about here.
Sure. This is the email that was sent after I got off the show.
Yeah.
Because I believe there was the email then, and then I emailed you again after I'd eaten dinner about, are you available? Are you going to be checking this email box? And that was where we had left it. And then the next day you emailed me something in the morning, correct? That's the chain of events. Okay.
So it happened on, I guess we talked March 16th of last year, right? So you emailed me at 8:18 and said, "Hey, Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I really hope that it was a big benefit to you guys. If so, this may have been the only time in history that my infamy has actually helped something. I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think that you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast, you are nothing but fair. But there is pretty much 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free plugs for his own content, and took away about an hour that should have been more on topic. I didn't mind. I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. I would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us, to avoid people feeling like it was a quote surprise or trick or shock me. How often do you check this email? I'm still 50-50 on showing you my champions account at this point, especially because of what Keemstar said. I feel nobody would believe you even if you vouched for me, but I respect you and still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly scared my info will once again leak and hurt me. So that was the email that you sent me at 8:18.
Okay, which was 5:18 my time. Well, actually, what I don't know what time zone you are, but it was
Central. So 6:18 your time.
gotcha. So
Okay.
it was right after dinner. Correct.
Okay.
Now I will
So-
clarify what was going on. Okay. Now, did you see my show last night where I told the truth about WWE champions for the very first time? Have you seen that at all, or did you just hear about it?
I had a clip sent to me, but
Okay.
I haven't like watched the whole thing. I've watched
Okay.
like 90 seconds of it.
In a nutshell, all right, yeah, the account was mine. I had it for many years, and after years of harassment by my detractors, I sold the account, okay? So at the time that we're doing this interview, I don't have access to the account, so I can't prove really anything, right? All I could do is I could show you like a new account, which is the account that I had currently. If you remember, you would ask me straight up in the interview, hey, do you still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. But it's on this new account. It's not the original account that the detractors knew about and were stalking me for all these years.
Phil, I got. I don't really care about WWE.
Okay, no, fair,
I
but
really
here's
don't. Like I
I
don't care.
understand, but you have to understand the situation.
Mhm.
So I'm saying to you, I'm 50-50 on sending it, but if you had said to me, yeah, okay, I'm still open to it, I was going to show you the new account. I was going to try to explain all this to you and say, this is why I can't just on a whim show you everything. It wouldn't have worked. You easily could have said, oh, you made this up. This is a bullshit new account or whatever.
Yeah.
It's a convoluted story. It is,
Yeah.
okay? So what was your response to me reaching out to you saying, hey, I have the information, I'm 50-50 on it? What was your response to that?
Yeah. So, and once again, let's make sure we have all references here.
Mhm.
It's you send that March 16th at 18 p.m. So
Mhm.
it's evening time for me, right? My morning routine is I wake up and I start prepping for the show, right? So we're live at 11. I'm getting up. I'm getting prepped for everything. I have not checked this email, right? I've not checked this email, and because I told you prior to in our original correspondence, I don't check this email. I don't check this email very often. Sometimes it'll go weeks before I check the email, right? So this. So so you send me that email. The following day, March 17th, I respond at 7:45. That's the next time we have any sort of correspondence.
Is that AM or PM?
That is PM.
Okay.
So it's been about 23 hours.
And you've
Okay?
already done your show for Friday. It's already taken
Correct.
place.
It is done. So here's my response to you. I said, and I felt like this was a very fair assessment of things. And you could tell me if I'm wrong. I said, hey, Phil, I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at length on today's show as a debrief. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated as at the end of the day, we want what's best for you, man. The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile games, the bank stuff, etc., it just doesn't make sense, man. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is just saying it's not. I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this thing around, but you just seem so dug in. Even in the face of insanely detailed evidence, you wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out the similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based off of things that you've said online. It was tough. Honestly, I'm just disappointed, man. Like I said, I and we want what's best for you, man. We very much do, but you have to want what's best for yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I will gladly help you, man. Help you, man, on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it, and that's the email that I sent to you, and I think that was very fair. I did not lie to you and be like, hey, Phil, it was great. It was spectacular. Can't wait to set up number 2. As I said in the email, we were exhausted from it, and mentally tired from it, physically tired from it, and we talked about that. We talked about that on the following debrief. So had we done that debrief immediately after the show, chances are we would have said the exact same thing, probably worse, but you can see in that email, we felt lied to, we felt exhausted, right? And the reality is, Phil, we were lied to, right? So, and self-admittedly, you said we were lied to, and we knew that. So naturally, when somebody lies to you, and continues to lies to you, you're going to be upset.
Right.
So we were
Fair
upset.
enough. Okay. So I will confirm everything that Craig just said is true. That is correct, was what was in those emails. I know for a fact that's exactly how it transpired. Okay. So now he said it. I didn't say it. He said it. He literally read the emails word for word. No one can say that I made this up. Okay. So we got to follow the order of events. I'm on your interview. 5 hours, hard-hitting questions. I lie to you about WWE champions. You leave the door open and say, you can send me the information after to clarify all of this. Okay? That was said directly in the interview. You agree to that, right, Craig? You did say that. I go on my show. I say, that was a good interview. I'm okay with it. I even email you, say, I'm okay with it. I'm 50-50 about sending you the stuff. Do you check your email? You literally just publicly admitted you don't check your email. Right?
Well, in this situation, yeah, it'd been a day. Yeah.
So you ended an interview, the hottest piece of content you had ever made at that point on Side Scrollers. You knew all eyes were on you. You knew people were looking to see if I was going to follow up with you and send you this information. And you decided not to check your email, but instead to do a show ragging on me the next day. Is that a correct statement?
I would say that in between me ending the show, being done with the internet for the day, going to sleep, and waking up the next day and then doing the show, like Phil, as we said at the time, you had one opportunity to send the stuff. It wasn't there, right? You passed on that.
Whoa. Passed on what? You just admitted the door was open to send you the information when I got it together.
During the show, Phil, during the interview.
Craig, we're on an interview and a show. Craig. We're in an interview. The idea of the interview is for me to answer your questions. It's not stop the interview. Let me dig into documents and get you screenshots and things proving that's not what the interview was. Never once before the interview did you ever say that's what it was going to be. And like I said, if I'm going to send you something, it has to be sure that it's proving my point. This was a convoluted story. It's not I could just send you a screenshot. I got to try to prove now that I've got a new account and it's not the old account, that I sold the account. This is complicated. It's not something I can just do during the show. I was literally, to be transparent with you now, as I sent you that email, I had everything ready. I told you I was 50-50. I literally had it all ready to go. And all you had to do was check your email and say, I'm here, Phil, I'll check it. And I would have sent it to you and you would have had it. And instead of having a Friday show where all you did was beat me up all day, you would have had the Friday show saying the big reveal. DSP cleared the air. He said he was a liar, but here's the truth. But you didn't check your email. You told me.
Like, what do you want, dude? Like, I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. That's not how people communicate in 2023. And I know that's how you communicated, but like, I didn't check my email for 23 hours. And I'm sorry that I didn't check my email for 23 hours. I apologize for that. Will you apologize for lying?
I apologize for lying, but I don't want your apology that you didn't check your email. I want your apology for being completely disingenuous about everything that happened after the fact, after the interview. That's what I want.
But the thing is, Phil, I don't think we were being disingenuous. Like, I think we were being completely honest with how we felt. You know, like I said, we spent 5 hours talking to you, getting the runaround, man. And like, it was not meant to be like, this was, once again, I go back to the definitive Darksydephil interview, and it wasn't. So I'm disappointed in that because there's things that you're telling us now you lied about. We felt it. We knew it was happening in real time. We felt like we were getting gaslit. So naturally, yes, I felt exhausted and tired and honestly didn't want to deal with it, which is why in that email I said, look, man, we're just disappointed. Like I said, I want what's best for you. We very much do, but you have to want to help yourself. Is lying to us on stream helping yourself? No, of course not. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it. Right?
Craig, what you told me in that email you sent me on Friday, basically in other words says we don't actually care what the truth is because I had the truth and was going to send it to you and you ignored me.
No, it's not that I ignored you. It's because I didn't check the email. And
that's called ignoring because you knew that was our line of communication. You asked me to send you the information. I was going to, and you chose not to check it. You actively ignored the way that I could have cleared my name. And then you went on to do a show that made you tons of money defaming me on the internet. That's exactly what happened. And there's
Okay,
no way
so-
that you can ever clarify that because it's in black and white. You just admitted it. You read it. You just admitted it publicly that you didn't check the line of communication we had that I could have cleared the whole situation.
Is this like the gotcha? Like,
There's no gotcha. There's no gotcha.
okay.
You read it. I actually wasn't going to read the
Phil,
emails.
like,
You did it.
Phil, I don't apologize for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm an adult with a family and kids, and honestly, I was tired of it, right? The fact that I did check my email on Friday night was fascinatingly amazing that I did that, right? That's a big dub, but I'm sorry that you felt betrayed that I didn't check my email. And once again, there's a big difference between ignoring, because I didn't know the email was there in the first place. You have to know it was there to actively ignore it. I did not actively ignore your email. I didn't know it happened. So I can't ignore something that I didn't know happened.
Craig, in the interview, we ended it with, the door is open. You can send me the information.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't know it happened. Do you need to have a bomb go off when someone sends you the thing you directly asked for? Would you not even in a moment think, hey, maybe he's going to contact me today about this and I should check, you know, because how else am I going to send you these documents anyway, by the way? It has to be an email attachment, right? I can't just call you and give it to you. I didn't have your Discord or anything, right? We were doing it through some other streaming client. So I had to send you an email. All right. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We can talk about this for the rest of the show.
Allow me to kind of
one more, and then I want to move on because this is
sure. And that's fine. I'm just going based off of our track record of emailing back and forth. Okay. I'm just looking at how we emailed back and forth leading up to this thing.
Mhm.
Right. There's pretty much at least a day between every correspondence that we had, right? Almost every single time there's at least a day between our correspondence. So based off of our track record of corresponding with each other, I'm not going to go, like I said,
Craig, this is a really bad cope, bro. This is really bad. You're saying we just ended the interview. You said the door is open. Send me the information. And then you just say, well, I'm just not going to check for the information. That's a bad cope. Previously, our correspondence was never a reason for you to check right away. Now you had a reason and you didn't. Instead, you actually did the opposite. Instead of giving me the fair shake, but see if I was going to send you stuff, you went on a show defaming me the entire next day. That's the worst situation possible for you, but you didn't care.
Phil, you got me. I didn't check my email. I'm sorry. Hey, with that said, why do you need me? If you want to put this out there, like, you have an X account, you have a Twitter account, you have social media, you have a YouTube community tab. You can post all this stuff available, right?
Mhm.
Like literally right now. You said you have it pulled up. Like you had all this stuff available. It's still got to be on your computer somewhere.
Is this your gotcha moment? You're gonna try to get me to post my shit on the internet?
No, Phil. I'm saying is you don't need me. You never did need me, right?
That's actually untrue, because what you don't understand, Craig, because again, you didn't know this, is that any time that I try to defend myself, the detractors move the goalpost. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be a little innocuous thing that doesn't matter at all. It could be a big full-blown lie that I've been doing for years. Whenever I try to do something, all right, they move the goalpost. Right now, I could post all the information up and they would say, that's fake. That's not true. So it doesn't matter what I post or what I don't. Now, in the case of you have presented yourself as a neutral third party. You were going to be someone who was going to do this interview and be fair, and then you were going to judge for yourself, which actually seems like that's what happened. Except you didn't actually give me the opportunity to send you the information to clear my name and tell you what really was going on. Now, whether or not you checked your email or not, it's not a big deal.
I'm sorry I didn't check my email. And I would like to take this moment to apologize to you and apologize to all of your champions and especially all the detractors for not checking my email for 23 hours. I'm sorry.
Right. Okay, so let's move on from the email because this is going to be so boring if we keep talking about this. And I know that your time is valuable. You said you can only be here for about 90 minutes, right? So probably
I got about another 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, baby. Okay. You know what? Instead of saying that I have to scrape my plate, I can just take seconds and thirds. You know what I'm saying? I can eat, so it is what it is. Supposed to be a feast, right? You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Whoever it is who's got the bacon, who's got the fucking, the maple smoked bacon, just pass that shit over. I'll take another helping. Why not?
In the chat. Show proof of sale. You really think right now I'm going to open up a PayPal account and show you anything? I'm going to open up a bank account and show you anything? You're an idiot.
Doesn't that reinforce the bank leaks though for Bank of America then, retard? Like, I'm not going to open up a PayPal. I'm not going to open up a bank account. So does that not reinforce the bank leaks? Oh, Phil. Oh, Phil, it's so easy. Holy shit, Phil. Hey, Phil, if Cat's legs spread this easily, I don't understand why you have so much stress, bro. I don't. I'm not saying you have to have any kids. That'd have been a bad move for you. But Jesus Christ, bro, there ain't no reason for you to run around this stressed out if she's able to do that. I don't know. Well, if she was able to do that. I don't think she's spreading them thighs much for anybody now. But anyway, yikes.
No one would believe it anyway. They just say I photoshopped it, or you know what I mean? I lied about this, I lied about that, right? So it's this simple, all right? You can believe my story or you cannot, all right? Here's what I will tell you. I still have...
Oh, interesting thing I just thought about. I want you to watch me work on this. So, excuse me. You know how lolcows always have some notion that they say about fucking their haters, right? Like, Wings of Redemption likes to call people high school dropouts and shit, right? And say that they're not educated. What's the name? Review Tech USA likes to bash, wants to say that people don't fucking get pussy or they can't get laid or whatever, and that's why they're so frustrated and angry. DSP wants to talk about mental illness and shit. Low Tier God goes to the lowest of the low and shit about race and shit like that, even though he actually just hates himself. Isn't it funny, the crazy correlations that all these fucking idiots have? LTG is ashamed to be black. Fucking Review Tech USA is basically a sexual deviant himself and whatnot. Hence the reason why he was going out, what's her name, Betty Boo and whatnot. You ain't sat there and been talking to her and been in a relationship for 10 years and you ain't never hit, but you want to go around and call other people, say other people can't get pussy, even though you ain't been chasing this chick for 10 years and never hit. Fucking Wings of Redemption likes to call people high school dropouts and idiots and shit, and he's literally a high school dropout. And then DSP wants to talk about people having mental illness and shit, people are being crazy and this, that, and the third, and he literally has a history of mental illness. Wow. Like I said, beat your lolcows and beat them often.
Have the game, all right? But I don't have it on that phone. I have it on my current phone. It's my personal account. That's a brand new account. Not brand new because I've been using it for a while. I've had this phone for a while. But you guys didn't know that because I never told you. This is not an iPhone. All right? I've had this phone for a while.
You're an idiot. You want to switch phone brands and think that's somehow going to shield you. Okay. Oh my God. Not a lick of cunning to him. Not a lick of it. Wow, Dave. You really... I can't even say it. I mean, yeah, Dave failed as a father, I guess. But fucking A, bro. I don't know. They both... Dave and Linda failed. I don't know. The system failed. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, DSP failed. They all failed. They all failed each other and themselves. Let's do that. I like that better. It works out.
That last name was down for the Raptors. I can't show you anything. Okay? I mean, you got morons in the chat. Really morons in the chat. Show proof of sale. You really think right now I'm going to open up a PayPal account and show you anything? I'm going to open up a bank account and show you anything? You're an idiot.
Tell us how much you sold it for. At least do that. You're not going to tell us how much you invested in the account, so at least tell us how much you made off it. Oh, I can't do that either if that works against my narrative of being broke and poor. Or, sorry, he doesn't like being called poor. He hates being called poor. In need of contributions and support. Yeah, there we go. That's the narrative.
No one would believe it anyway. They just say I photoshopped it, or you know what I mean? I lied about this, I lied about that.
I mean, you lied about everything else, so why wouldn't I?
Right? So it's this simple, all right? You can believe my story or you cannot, all right? Here's what I will tell you. I still have the game, all right? But I don't have it on that phone. I have it on my current phone. It's my personal account. That's a brand new account. Not brand new because I've been using it for a while. I've had this phone for a while. But you guys didn't know that because I never told you. This is not an iPhone. All right? I've had this phone for a while.
And this goes back to the narrative I said earlier on about how when Jasper was on the chair and he showed the fucking, and he had his phone showing or whatnot, I'm telling you that shit was bait. I'm telling you that shit was bait and whatnot. Because if he was planning on transferring phones over, because when did that happen? It happened in what? 2023, I think, is when the phone reveal was. I'd have to look. But if that was in like 2023, and this idiot who is a fucking chronic consumer was roped into him and Kat getting buy 2 phones and get a tablet for free or whatever bullshit and whatnot, or get a 3rd line for free or whatever bullshit that is, then of course that he could easily use that as a way of weaseling himself out of it. To be honest with you, because yet again, and this is the theory I have, I've talked about on stream, he's spinning this narrative so he can try to circle the wagon back to Craig in side scrollers. Because why not? You know what I'm saying? Especially with the onset of DSP politics, which is failing miserably, obviously. It's funny how everything he accused Craig and Stuttering Craig and side scrollers of doing is essentially what he's trying to imitate himself. So of course he's trying to circle the wagon back to them. I mean, that's my theory anyway.
And this is what I do everything on now for the business, and I have some mobile games on here. It's my personal shit. And it's my right to own my own personal shit.
And that right there is Kino Casino's influence. It's my right. Like, it's your right, if you will, Phil. Anyway, it's his right to own his personal shit. What grown man says that online? I mean, if you're paying for it, whether by dint or by crook, then who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? The point is you lie about it. That's the narrative. That's the problem. Be upfront with people about how you're spending the money.
And if I want to play games and stuff on it, I fucking can. All right?
You playing games and spending money on games are 2 separate things too, though, Phil.
That's my right. So I've never had, well, I haven't had that account on an iPhone for a while. You know what I'm saying? It sucks because every time people call me out and I'm like, well, maybe I could prove, I can't prove it. I don't own it. I have no ownership over it. I have no way to do it.
So then what information were you going to send to Craig? And remember, that's the crutch of the Stuttering Craig interview with DSP later. Oh, you didn't give me the opportunity. You didn't give me an opportunity to send you anything. I had the evidence. I had it ready. What evidence? You're saying right here that you didn't have it. It wasn't available to you. So what evidence were you going to present? What evidence were you going to present to Stuttering Craig if you're saying right now you didn't have any evidence to send him? But yet DSP uses that as the crutch, or one of the crutches, on why he's still angry at him. It's that, or it's making money off of his trolls, or them making having the second stream the next day, they're debriefing or declassifying or whatever they called it, where they fucking dunked on him and they basically expressed their frustrations for him lying to them. Something that he admitted that, yes, I lied to you guys for 5 fucking straight hours. They have a reason to be mad. What are you going to defend? You lied to these people to their face for 5 straight hours. How do you defend that? So what are you mad about? If you really look at DSP's gripes with Stuttering Craig, what footing does he really have? What are you really mad at this guy about then? When literally all of the fault falls on you, and you damn near admitted to all of it. Makes you think.
Do anything? And just to let you guys know, all right, I have an iPad from ages and ages.
You mean the iPad that you said in the 341 call that you still own, but it doesn't work? Oh, please lie to me. Oh, please lie to me. Fucking A, dude. Please lie to me. And make it satisfying as fucking Jenna sucking. Oh, wait. Never mind. Jenna's not good at that. Yikes. Never mind. Scratch that last part, Phil. I forgot your sister-in-law is terrible at giving fucking dome. Yeah, ugh. God, that's unfortunate. Never mind.
Ages ago. All right? It didn't work. Last night, I plugged it in and I charged it to 100%. I spent an hour trying to get back on the iPad. I got the iPad working. I said, holy shit, maybe if I use the old-ass information, I'll have a back door.
Whoa! Wait, this, oh my God. This Den is pulling a review. Check your sec. So wait, you admitted to, and this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying earlier. Pay attention to this. When he said, I don't have control of the account. You sold this account years ago. You sold this account years ago. Someone else owns this account. And you were going to illegally access the account of somebody else, of another user. What if they ask for a name change, Phil? Then what does that prove? Are you willing to give up your password and your credentials to prove that? That would be the next way you would have to prove it. Or you would have to show proof of 2-factor authentication, meaning that he would have to screen share him logging into the account. What? Oh my Christ. And then you were going to admit to illegally accessing someone else's shit. You don't own the account anymore, Phil. Fuck this whole control bullshit. You don't own the account, Phil. But you were willing to basically, what's that? It's cybercrime, clearly. But you were literally, you were willing to commit a crime to break into someone else's account to prove your point? This is literally the Review Tech USA fucking, this is the Review Tech USA Dropbox fucking compromised PC thing. That's literally what this is. You stupid son of a bitch. Oh man, I wish I had Tevin's reaction to when DSP said that, I have your name, I have your ID, and I have your address. You fucked up. Beawesome one on Twitter. I wish I had Tevin's reaction to that.
You gonna tell us how? No. He's not gonna tell us.
By the way, I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address.
Are you? I have your IP, I have your name, and I have your address. You said this in a video, bruh? Wow. Please, DSP, please do something to Beawesome one in person so everybody can see your fucking lame. Let me shut up. Wow. You have your IP, you have his name, and you have his address. Wow. You didn't have to Google search him, dox him, did you, DSP? No, you figured it out on your own because your website a piece of shit. Because if you fucking use DSP's website, guess what, guys? You use DSP website and use his chat, yeah, you're asking to be doxed. Because if you do something like Beawesome one did, you're gonna have some asshole on camera uploading a YouTube video saying that he knows all your information. Wow. This is the lowest he's ever went. I'm sorry. Nothing can get lower than this. Nothing. Race jokes, calling out individual people in other ways he's done it. Nothing can get lower than this. To say, I have your name, I have you, to basically say I have all your information. To say that about another person on camera is honestly the lowest you can go. It's a fucking threat. It's a threat. It's just that simple. It's a threat. If I go on camera and say, hey, guy I don't like online, I have your name, I have your info, I have your address, and I fucking do a smug ass smile like that, wouldn't that be a threat? This shouldn't even be allowed on YouTube. This video should be gone. This video should be, this is the definition of cyberbullying. This is the definition of veiled threats. I have your information for real? Wow.
Oh, fucking A, because that shit's perfect for this. That is fucking perfect for this. You fucking retard. Why would you admit to that? Okay. All right. All right.
It's my personal shit. And it's my right to own my own personal shit. And if I want to play games and stuff on it, I fucking can. All right? That's my right.
Fucking
so I've never had, well, I haven't had that account on an iPhone for a while. You know what I'm saying? It sucks because every time people call me out and I'm like, well, maybe I could prove, I can't prove it. I don't own it. I have no ownership over it. I have no way to do anything.
And then randomly the night before, so this is when I say this was September 4th of 2024. So September 3rd, he randomly goes into whatever box, digs up that iPad, plugs it in, charges it to full, and then somehow miraculously gets it to work. So he could try to backdoor somebody else's account to try to prove what exactly. Okay. All right, whatever.
And just to let you guys know, all right, I have an iPad from ages and ages and ages ago. All right, it didn't work. Last night, I plugged it in and I charged it to 100%. I spent an hour trying to get back on the iPad. I got the iPad working. I said, holy shit, maybe if I use the...
So you lied on the 341 call. I assume you lied a lot. I mean, of course you lied on the 341 call. You lied about a bunch of shit. But fucking A, Phil. Like, you see how even the smallest lies, at least for an asshole like me, I will exploit that shit into bigger shit later on if given the opportunity. Boy, don't leave no pork rinds around this bitch for me. Don't do that shit, especially not barbecue flavored. Do not do that. Especially like I had some jalapeno lemon lime ones and whatnot. It was at I don't know, it was at some wrestling event or some shit I went to. But they were fucking fire. Those things were hella good. Those things are stupid delicious. Fucking A. Now I think about it, I might need to look up the brand. Why not? Why not? You know what? Jalapeno lime flavored bacon sounds fucking delicious, bro. Now that I think about that. That sounds delicious. Yummy, yummy, yum.
Old ass information, I'll have a back door into the account. So I can bring it up tonight and show you guys on stream. Here's the account, and it's not mine anymore, but here it is. Guess what?
Yeah, he had to have been playing WWE Champions at this point because the Philomania shit in the back and that whole, literally it was a nothing burger over who owns the rights to the font or to the logo, and I don't even know why he did that. Like, the guy just asked for, could he be credited? He's not asking you for no money or nothing. He just wanted to be credited for something that he had already had for 10 goddamn years already. And this piece of garbage still had to do it. And how's that merch shop doing anyway? It's just dead on arrival, right? It's DOA, ain't it? Okay, that's what I thought.
The iPad is so outdated, it doesn't run WWE Champions. You download the latest compatible version, and when you go to play it, the game just crashes endlessly. And it's not just that, it's every game. Like, I tried to open WWE Supercard, that crashes too. Like, every game fucking crashes. So, I couldn't get anything. You know what I'm saying? I have no way to corrupt.
But you would have, you know what, fuck you. He already knew that. That's why he upgraded his phone in the first place. He was probably having a hard time using WWE Champions currently, or at least at that time, and that's why he upgraded his phone. That's probably why he switched from Apple to Android, because Android can run WWE Champions too. Scopies in the Google App Store. That sounds like the real reason why he made the jump, or it may have been one of the reasons. Fucking A, Phil. Fucking A. All right, just the gift that keeps on giving.
Corroborate what I'm saying, but here's the thing: if everything I just admitted, right? If the account was not mine all along, why would I have just admitted what I just admitted to you? I'd have no incentive. I would just keep the story going that it's not my account. Okay? And
no one believed it. That's the reason why you changed up in the first place. You tried to tell us that shit, it didn't work. You tried to tell Craig, it didn't work. You try to pass that shit off to one of the faction, one of the guild owners, that you weren't the person that you were being accused of and it didn't work. That's the reason why, idiot. No one believes you. Great screenshot, by the way. Such a fucking punchable face. God damn. Like, literally the most punchable face ever in the snort sacks. Holy shit. Big ups to Silent Weapon. I'll never be able to unsee that shit. They literally look, if you put the face paint on for the Ultimate Warrior, that's what it would look like. Jesus Christ. You give him black over the top, make the snort sacks yellow, and then white under it. And you can't tell me it doesn't look like the Ultimate Warrior. You can't tell me. I mean, it looks like it now, but it definitely looks like it afterwards. Oh my Christ. Big ups to Silent Weapon.
There was no reason for me to admit that. I'm admitting because it's the truth. It was my account. I did spend on it. The trolls harassed me out of the game. And after years of that, I was like, fuck this. I'm just going to sell it. And I got rid of it. And now I regret it because if I had just closed it, this whole saga would have been over years and years and years and years ago. But I fucked up. With that act.
Yeah, I think you fucked up initially when you lied about it. But all right, whatever.
I want to get something out of this or whatever,
Oh, because you're a greedy asshole? Take a sip. Greedy asshole. Oh, that flows together so well. Big ups to Tevin.
So I'm fessing up to all of you now, all right, that this is the truth of the matter. You don't have to believe me, and I know many of you won't, but that's the truth of the story. You know,
that literally makes no sense. Your story makes no sense, at least the way I broke it down. It makes no sense. You have no evidence or proof to back any of that shit up. What did you accomplish doing this? You made yourself look even more retarded. Like, this literally proves nothing. It proves that you're a fucking mongoloid and whatnot. It proves what I said, that either Dave should have pulled out or your mom or Linda should have swallowed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't prove anything. And keep in mind, this is a grown-ass man. He's 42 years old. You're 42. You're not a man, but you're 42 years old. You're a 42-year-old person. Go ahead and insert whatever pronouns you wanted to in that, Phil. But fucking A, bruh. Like, this proves nothing at all. Great screenshot, though. Get T-pose.
Really happened. Now, in regards to all the other shit that's said right there about the bankruptcy and everything, I've had enough of that. I'm just going to put it this way, okay?
Are you going to tell me the truth, or are you just going to interpret whatever you can try to push, you can squeeze out? Which one is it, Phil?
Because this is what no one wants to actually, like, rationally consider in their fucking heads.
Oh, you want to rationally consider something with this bank leak? All right, let me help you find your fucking tongue. This retard, who says that he's the victim identity theft, said that for 3 straight months, $3,000 was taken out of his account. Let's remix that. He said he lost $9,000 over the span of 3 months and didn't notice it until way after the fact. Make that make sense. Let's break that down. So for 3 months straight, he had $3,000 being taken out of his account each and every month, and he didn't notice it. How does that work coming from somebody who's constantly checking his accounts every time he gets a tip? Who's constantly removing all of the money out of his PayPal into his bank account daily? How would you not notice that? On top of that, here's the real kicker. Let me cook. I was going to say watch me work, but let me cook. If this idiot was able to have $9,000 come up missing in his account and didn't notice it, how much money is this guy really sitting on? Just saying. How are you squealing that you're broke? How are you squealing that you need money for taxes? How are you squealing about how you need money to pay your bills? You don't want to have cold cut sandwiches and all this other bullshit. You have to get groceries, supplies, and all this, that, and the third. And yet you got finessed out of $9,000 over the span of 3 months and you never noticed it. Don't worry, Phil. I'll wait.
All right. So, I file for bankruptcy. I literally do everything I'm told by the bankruptcy attorney, line by line, word for word.
He was talking about filing for bankruptcy, by the way, since like 2017. Just to put it out there. He's been talking about filing for bankruptcy for years.
Expenses, all my business, personal, it's all done. It's all correct, okay? We submit it, and what happens is once I submit it and people now know I've now filed for bankruptcy, okay? My troll.
That's not what happened. This idiot didn't know that it was a public filing. He didn't know that people could have access to it. That's what it's something he doesn't want to admit. But when it happened, he admitted that he didn't know it was a public filing. He had no clue he was going to get caught with his piggy fucking pants down and shit out there in the snowstorm with no clothes on. And that's why his ass got told on.
Excuse me.
Big ups to Little Lutz.
Mass messaged the judge that you heard in that call. They mass messaged that judge to tell her that I was committing bankruptcy fraud because I played WWE champion.
Well, no, that's actually not true. That's not why they were sticking you for fraud. They were sticking you for fraud because your income was inconsistent to what you make. And if you really go back and look, he wasn't filing any of his tips. He was only filing what income he got from Twitch directly and YouTube. That was pretty much it. Tips were not on there. That's where the shit ends up really fucking up on. Matter of fact, if you saw what Kiwi Farms has all this, if you look at what his original filings were, and you look at what the final filings were, he literally pulled his numbers off Kiwi Farms. Kiwi Farms made the corrections for him, plus or minus here or there and whatnot, or at least something that would be a bit more palatable, and essentially that's what he took. But even then, there are tips. There are a large amount of tips missing. There are just ridiculous amounts of shit missing that shouldn't be. But semantics.
Okay, mass messaged her. It wasn't just a one or two. All right, she got ridiculous amounts of people contacting her, saying this guy plays WWE champions. He's committing bankruptcy fraud. All right. So what you have no clue of, I've talked about this on streams before, but I'll now add it because this is the time to do it right now, right, in the react.
Actually, go back to the 341 call and the troll at the end. Even though it didn't, there was value in what he did. I know that he's kind of memed. Well, I don't know who he is, and it doesn't really matter at this point, but he's kind of been memed on that he didn't really deliver or whatnot. He kind of did, because him bringing up the insolvency argument, or questioning it, I should say, is important, and the timeline of when that is. I still see value in that. I don't know. I don't know if I ever went over the 341 call. If not, 2025 works out, we'll go over it. But I still think there was value. He did bring value to the table. I don't think what he did should be completely written off. I think there's still value in what he said and what he tried to do that day. At least that's my opinion. That's how I feel about it.
After that call happened, the 341 call, all right, basically, the judge contacted myself and my attorney and said, listen, we got a big problem, all right? Never before have I been getting this many notices and messages from people.
And that's probably true, but it was also, she wanted more consistency. For example, when the PayPal account came up, she's like, does he have a second PayPal account? And his attorney, Phil's attorney, said yes. Okay, I want that account too. I want the information on that. I normally wouldn't, and she even said, I normally wouldn't ask for that, but I want it. So that right there threw a wrench in there too. He literally got lucky. It was literally pig luck. If it didn't happen during the pandemic, he wouldn't have gotten away with what he got away with. It was literally just dumb luck. It was literally pig luck that he got away with that bankruptcy. And no one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. It was literally just pig luck that he got away with it. It was right time, right place. That's all it was.
Saying, hey, this guy is basically a cheat and a scammer, and he's doing this.
And a liar. Let's not forget liar, Phil. You're a liar. Let's not forget that, Phil. You're a liar.
All right? We need to go over everything because we don't know what to believe or what not, and it's our due diligence to go over everything.
And he handled that call bad too, because yet again, when the troll at the end was like, you know, can you itemize this for me? Can you break this down for me? And Phil's attorney at me is like, well, we've kind of already explained it. And Phil comes in there oinking, angrily snorting, I should say. I've already done it. I've already broken that down. Okay, well, break it down to me again. Just re-itemize it for me one more time. It's not going to hurt you. If you did it once, you can do it again, right? So break it down for me again. You know what I'm saying? Bring that shit back for me. And the way he reacted it really made him look even more guilty. Even though he got away with it in the end, it did make him look guilty. It made him look really, really bad.
I had so much difficulty to get that bankruptcy go through, all right? For example, what June just mentioned right there, he said in the bankruptcy documents, there was a thing for pets. And it said that I didn't own any pets.
Yeah, you lied about a bunch of shit. You lied about not having pets. You lied about not having electronics. You lied about a bunch of ridiculous shit. You know what I'm saying? And yes, for more than likely for the average person, that shit could be discarded, right? It's not like he owns a farm. It's not like he owns anything, but it's not like he owns a farm and he has farm animals. Well, minus cat, and Jasper. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? The horse and the cat aside. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't own any fucking farm animals and all that bullshit or whatever. And that right there would probably be more... That right there may have been more appropriate as it pertains to that situation, but still, he lied about dumb shit. He lied about absolute silly dumb shit that didn't need to be lied about. That's the point.
But I did. Everyone knew I owned Jasper. My trolls wrote the judge and said, he owns a cat. Here's all the video evidence of it. So the judge went back to my bankruptcy attorney and said, why don't you have Jasper listed in these documents? Now, I want you...
He lied about not having any personal electronics, too. Which is bullshit. Whatever. I'm just... Like I said, like all those small lies just became big lies. It just made the situation worse and worse for him. You know what I'm saying? So when that next bankruptcy comes up, and trust me, it'll happen in some years, another decade or so, he's definitely not going to get away with it as clean. Because for those of you who have really listened to the 341 call or even studied it, I would assume detractors, when that time comes, at least their elder statesmen that are around at that time, the game plan is already set now. There's no way Phil's going to get away with that a second time. I don't think. It's definitely going to be far more difficult. He's going to have far more scrutiny. Because I think, honestly, they just passed his bankruptcy through just so they could... It's just kicking the can down the road. That's honestly what I think happened with that. It was just to move his ass along.
To think about this, all right? Letter of the law versus...
I mean, hell, if I remember correctly, and not that means anything about anything, the call, the person who was on the bankruptcy call before Phil, he got granted his bankruptcy, I think. And as him and his attorney were logging off, he was like, damn, I didn't know it was going to be that easy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he had sat there and pulled a con too. So they were basically passing out bankruptcies like they were fucking pancakes. Let's not act like, there was any real... Let's not act like there was any real order going on and shit. They did the best that they could with the limited resources that they had. And like I said, it was just easier to kick his ass down. It was easier to kick his fucking empty can down the road. Let's be honest.
the spirit of the law. The letter of the law is every single thing should be done exactly right at every moment. But spirit of the law is, in a bankruptcy, really what's going to happen? Is someone going to go after someone's personal cat as an asset in a bankruptcy?
I thought you were an honest person with morals and shit. I thought that was supposed to be your Roman Catholic background and shit. Isn't lying a sin? Matter of fact, isn't anger a sin too? And whatnot? Actually, profanity and all that extra shit's a sin too, right? And you wishing death upon people? You know what? Whatever. Whatever. Whatever.
No, not unless it's like an insanely rare cat that's worth $5 million. Jasper Kitty is a normal domestic tabby cat. The court's not going to go after my cat in a bankruptcy proceeding. So,
but he is an expense. He is a liability on the chart. Just saying. Whatever.
it was an oversight that my tax attorney made.
How was it? What? Oh, you silly son of a bitch. Of course we're going to distribute blame. Why not? You know what I'm saying? That's what we do in Goutopia. We distribute the blame amongst the peasantry. How was it her fault when you answered the document? Oh, that's right. You're nonsense. I forgot. I really did forget this. Just in case you guys don't know, it had to been, because there was a couple of different times that bankruptcy document had to be revised before the final product. And this idiot was saying that she had messed up the filing. But but on stream, they were like, well, wait a second. He said that he filled it out. But then later on, he said, oh, well, she figured it out. So maybe, or she ended up filling it out. So maybe she misunderstood what I said or whatever. I can't remember exactly what his cover story was. But that was the thing too. Ah, yes. It's all coming back now. It's all coming back now.
That she didn't list it originally in the documents. There was an addendum to what you saw there, where we had to go back and redo the documents and resubmit them to the judge to actually break out that I owned the domestic cat.
It wasn't just that. It was a couple of different things, to be honest with you, but whatever.
We weren't able to go through the bankruptcy until we did that, okay? There were several times we had to do that, where because the detractors looked at that document, because it was public, they kept messaging the judge, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error, this is an error. So we had to redo a whole bunch of shit.
And here's the thing, though, too, that he's leaving out. He kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier on in this, but he is leaving it out now because he doesn't want to bring that detail up. They had evidence. These detractors, trolls, haters, and critics had evidence. Matter of fact, at this time, I don't know if Piece of Pieces tip tracker was in full effect at this time or not. I don't remember in particular. And if it was, I want to make sure that dude gets his credit. Not that it really matters too much, because you don't watch this anyway. But like, I want to tell you that I don't know. I'm going to just say I don't know. I don't remember if Piece of Pieces tip tracker was in full effect at this time or not. But there were people following his tips up, and certainly for sure. But I don't know if the tip tracker was in full effect at this particular moment. I don't remember. If it was, then give Piece of Pieces flowers. If it wasn't, I mean, there were people on it. So we'll just leave it at that.
Okay? Now, we had a meeting that was so fucking long and arduous and tedious. All right? We had to go through every line item. Because did you hear what the judge said in that call? She said, I want all the statements, 6 months of statements of all of your PayPals and all of your bank accounts, right?
She should have asked for the year. Matter of fact, she should have asked for 2, to be honest with you. If they were showing some real due diligence.
I want to see it all. And we had to go through all of it. All of it. All right? Line by line.
So he's basically crying because he couldn't rip off the system like he feels other people did or could. Right? And basically he was, and like he should have been, basically. He's basically mad because he couldn't play the system. Which is the same asshole that don't vote, but feels that he has the need to complain about how our country's run or how the system works. Here's the thing. If you don't vote, you can bitch all you want, but you don't have the right to complain. There's a difference between bitching and complaining, by the way.
We went through every expense. I explained them all away. I had to explain the nature of my job. I had to explain the nature of my business. I had to explain the nature of what WWE Champions was. I had to explain everything. This is not anything that people usually do in a bankruptcy. This was like the nightmare bankruptcy for me. Because
if you weren't a lying scumbag, I mean, it is what it is. You did it to yourself. And again, you brought it on yourself. You brought it on yourself. You're trying to throw the ignorance onto your fucking tax attorney, which is scummy and dishonest, to be honest with you, because she clearly fudged the numbers to help your ass out. But still, it is what it is. No good deed goes unpunished in Goutopia.
it was so bad because the trolls interjected themselves so bad into it. All right? At the end of the day, right? When it was all said and done, and it took hours of going through this shit, right? The bankruptcy was granted. The judge says, everything you said looks good, makes sense. It's all correct.
No, they just let you through. They just let him through. That's all it was. He's justifying it after the fact, but they just let it go. He wasn't worth the trouble, to be honest with you. And I think, and that right there is, I mean, that should be the statement of his life, to be honest with you. He's just not worth the trouble. Why do you think people leave him? Why do you think he's been dropped by every person that he's ever known and whatnot? Why do you think the guy doesn't have a friend in the world? Why do you think he has to, he basically has to masquerade a marriage behind it being actually a partnership, a fucking arrangement? They're roommates, basically, but he's masquerading as a marriage. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why he didn't want to marry Panda, because he didn't want to get married. He just wanted to not look like a loser who didn't have a girlfriend. That's all it was. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He probably wasn't even sexually attracted to Panda towards the end. So he's probably not sexually attracted to any woman at this point, to be honest with you. So, I mean, yet again, he brought it all on himself. But why do you think he can't keep anybody around except for the dents? And he pretty much keeps the dents at hoof length anyway. You know what I'm saying? And for most of them, it worked out. Look at some of Phil's moderators, the old ones anyway. The horror stories them guys talk about. Fucking A.
Bankruptcy granted. Okay? So, if it was good enough for my bankruptcy attorney, if it was good enough for the judge in the case of my bankruptcy, if all the data was right according to them, because we went through all of it, then what is wrong with the data? And it's funny because you could ask me, well, specifically, Phil, what is this line item and what was this expense? I don't know. All right? Literally all year I track my expenses of all.
Then how do you not know? How are you going to just sit there and let it come out your goddamn snout that you track all of your shit over the span of a year, and then when asked, you say, I don't know? Okay. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to laugh at it. Sometimes you got to laugh at it.
The end of the day, right? When it was all said and done, and it took hours of going through this shit, right? The bankruptcy was granted. The judge says, everything you said looks good, makes sense. It's all correct. Bankruptcy granted. Okay? So, if it was good enough for my bankruptcy attorney, if it was good enough for the judge in the case of my bankruptcy, if all the data was right according to them, because we went through all of it, then what is wrong with the data? And it's funny because you could ask me, well, specifically, Phil, what is this line item and what was this expense? I don't know. All right. Literally all year, I track my expenses of all kinds. Some of them are personal, some of them are business. I don't know. I track them all.
And that's another problem. How is it that he was granted the reason why the bankruptcy is super fucking fishy is because he's not an LLC. He's what did he go as? I think he's a sole proprietor. They basically took his business expenses and his personal shit and slapped it all into one thing. And that's what all got discharged, essentially. And that's kind of one of the major problems. And that was because it was done by design. His attorney did it on purpose to get the numbers kind of fudged up and to muddy the waters a bit. And like I said, he got lucky. He got extremely lucky. If there was more time at that time where someone could have really have been thorough, he wouldn't have been granted it. More than likely, he wouldn't have been granted, I should say. Let's be reasonable, I suppose. I'm a bit biased. But that's really what it comes down to. And he knows that. He knows that, but if you're a loser, a W is a W. No matter how you get it. By hook or by crook.
A big spreadsheet, and that goes to a tax attorney, and every year there's questions that shoot back at me, and I answer them all truthfully, and we do them. Okay? They're all done. So,
and then who are you to say that you answer anything truthfully when you've lived just today or just back in when you were doing this, you admitted to lying multiple times for years on end. I don't understand that. You can't tell me that's not autistic. You can't tell me that's not mental illness. Normal people don't act like that. You know what I'm saying? Don't be wrong. I'm not saying that the average person don't lie. They don't lie like this. Oh, I admitted to lying for multiple years, but believe me here on out. The fuck?
It's, you know what I'm saying? They're fine. There's no issue with my taxes. They're done properly. It was scrutinized by both a by both a bankruptcy attorney and a bankruptcy judge. We went line by line through all of it.
So why didn't they contact a tax attorney now that I think about it? A bankruptcy attorney and judge scrutinized your tax information, but they didn't have a tax attorney there to scrutinize it? I'm just asking. I mean, I'm just asking. I'm just wondering.
And they were okay with it. So there's no issue.
No, they settled for it. There's a difference.
You understand? There never was an issue. This is something that's completely...
If it wasn't an issue, then why did she kick that shit back to you guys multiple times to get it addended? Multiple times over. Did we forget what we said literally a couple snorts ago? We must have. I got you. When you lie so much, you forget shit. This whole broadcast literally proves that, but fucking A, Phil.
Blown out of proportion by people who just don't know what the hell they're talking about.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. There are literally important details that you're admitting that are important details that you're saying that you can't answer. Dead.
All right? I'm sorry. And that's, no, I'm not going to open up fucking financial documentation. I'm not going to open up my bank account. I'm not going to open up apps and fucking ledgers. You're not getting that. All right? I want to know why. I'm going to tell you why. There's two reasons why. Because number one, if I were to open up all of that documentation, okay, show you line by line all of that shit, my detractors, who we have seen throughout the course of this documentary, are insanely obsessed with me.
And yet still been proven right. Which is probably one of the worst things about the June the King documentary that makes Phil look like an asshole, is that what they said was right. And that you've lied on multiple occasions about multiple things, and that's why you're having your little pity-patty segment here, admitting that you lied. Oh, you fucking retard.
Would use it to destroy me. They would find shit in there ultimately that they could hone in on a company and stuff like that. For example, we didn't get to it yet. We're going to get to the bank.
Phil, you're such an idiot. And see, this is the thing this is the thing people say, like, they ask, oh, well, why did Fred and SOK get him up and out of pocket? Why? Why kill the animal when you can get so much more out of it letting it be wounded and let it go ahead and heal? The wound's never going to heal right. And then let itself run itself out there so you can shoot it again. Why kill it outright? It'll eventually kill itself, which goes back to my analogy. You give it enough rope and it'll hang himself. Same concept. That's the reason why Fred and the rest of them boys didn't kneecap him or didn't just kill him outright back in the day. Well, one, they couldn't, and two, there was no need to. He'll eventually wear himself down just from accumulated damage, death by 1,000 cuts, if you will. He'll do himself in, or the what do they call it, hot water torture, the drip torture thing or whatever. He'll drive himself crazy doing that. That's literally what he's doing now, or drip feed torture. I don't know. There's a couple different names for it, but the point being is that he'll drive himself insane, and he'll eventually do himself in. That's why there's no need to just out him. You know what I'm saying? At this point, he's damn near begging for the sweet release of death, and it's never going to come. He's gonna have to play the hand out. He's gonna have to play the game out, even if he's not fully in it. And that's the really sad part. Aspects of DSP's life are literally not in his control, and he knows it. And it scares him. It scares him how in his own words, how a bunch of fucking kids on the internet can fuck up my life. And that's literally what happened. The problem is those fucking kids have grown up to become adults and have become much more proficient at it. As the internet has grown, and these people have grown up with it, there are more and more ways to fuck with him. Ways that he's never thought of, ways that he's cut himself off from the internet, or from society, I should say. And he doesn't know nothing. He don't speak to anybody who knows anything. He has no clue. Every day is a new surprise for him because he doesn't know anything and he refuses to learn anything. He's scared to go out and experience shit. So he's ignorant by his own design. But he's also ignorant out of fear. So whatever your favorite detractor who goes ahead and gives you the lighthearted shit and all, it's all laughing and all bells and whistles or whatever. This little fucking candy-coated surface of fucking Hallmark cards and bubblegum, that's not how the real world works. That's not how this world works. That's not how this game is played. DSP is completely and utterly a slave to fear. The fear of not knowing, the fear of being unprepared, and all of that. And a lot of that's on his own part. But please believe, every time he goes out that door, it's terror. Every person that he sees that he don't recognize scares the shit out of him. And that happened over years. Years of conditioning, years of regimenting, years of repetition. That's the reality of Darksydephil. I'm not saying don't come into this shit, not have a good time, not have fun and all that shit, because it's all supposed to be about pointing and laughing. But this is what we're doing. Don't let nobody tell you different.
Leaks and all of that shit. Okay, we're gonna get to that shit where it's already shown that if they're given even a little piece of information, they could do shit with it. Okay, so FYI, no, it's too much of a personal risk. You understand? It is. It's too much of a personal risk for me to open up information like that to the internet. Now, there's the second reason why I'm not gonna fucking show anything, because it's none of anyone's fucking business. None. There's only certain parties who need to be involved who need to know this kind of stuff, right? Bankruptcy attorney, bankruptcy judge, tax attorney, IRS, who I file with every year. That's who needs the information. That's also who gets the information.
Don't forget the state business occupation by the occupation office too, Phil. Don't forget about them. You did that before. You forgot for 3 fucking years, and then all of a sudden when Panda leaves your ass, all of a sudden you get a notice that you owe 3 years of back state and occupation. That was always interesting to me. For those of you who know, you know, but that was always an interesting situation. The moment Panda leaves his ass, within months, all of a sudden he's getting letters and notifications in the mail that he owes state and business occupation tax. Which is weird because Panda was the only person that was paying state and business occupation tax. So how the fuck did they figure out that Phil owed state and business occupation tax? The world may never know.
And all the information is legal, true, and correct every single fucking time that I've done it. So it's none of anyone's business what it is, how it is broken down. Even I don't know because I don't do it. I pay professionals to do my stuff. That's the point. You pay professionals to do it right, to put the right stamp of approval on it, to make sure it's being done right. And I pay a lot of money to do it. I pay over $2,000 a year to get that shit done because I don't want to fuck it up.
No, you owe that much money. Actually, you probably owe more than that. But he owes that much money because this fucking idiot owes so much in back or not state tax. Supposedly he's up to date on state tax now. But he has to have someone prepare that. So there's that, plus what he owes him back federal. And he definitely is not caught up on that shit. He's just paying the bare minimum, just like his credit cards. So that's probably one of the reasons why the fees are so high. They got to deal with his federal. They got to deal with the state business occupation tax, plus whatever the fuck this idiot owes on the as part of his payment plan. That's why that shit's probably so high. And that's even if that's true.
At all. You know what I'm saying? I literally don't want to fuck it all up, right? So it's that simple. It's none of anyone's fucking business at all. People say, oh, well, you're a public figure. That's correct. It's still none of your business. What your business is.
If you're begging for money online so you can live, yeah, I think it's people's business. I think it's people's business. When a donation is not a choice now, it's a matter of urgency. I think people have a right to question it. When you're sitting there misappropriating funds because you're lying about what the money's supposed to go to, what capital you're trying to raise is supposed to go to, I think that's people's business, to be honest. But like you said earlier, you dents don't care if I lied to you or not. That's in the past. Right, Phil? Right, Phil? Right.
Is your interaction with me on a stream every day. Whether it be we're talking, we're hanging out, I'm playing a video game, and you're watching my stream. Whether or not you're having a good time, if you like that, you support it or not. And that's it. That's where that relationship ends. You don't get to know every possible thing about every piece of my life.
So give me all of your money, right? Whether you like the content or not, whether I'm lying to you or not, give me your money, and don't ever ask me what I do with it. Don't ever ask me a lick about where it goes. Whether I'm saying that cat's in the hospital, sick and dying, whether I need money for a blood test for Jasper, whether my parents are sick and dying, if I need that money, give it to me. But don't ever ask me what I do with it. You don't have the right to do that. I have the right to ask you for every disability check you have, your dead wife's insurance money, your kid's college fund money, money that you're saving up for a car, and whatever the fuck else. I have the right to ask you for that. Don't ever ask me what I do with it after the fact, despite what I told you. Don't ever ask me that. Okay, Phil, I got you. That's how you run a successful business. I'll make a note of that.
You understand what I'm saying? That's wild that people would think, well, now, because you had a bankruptcy, now you literally have to open up every document ever from your entire life. Every expense must be fucking accounted for. No, every expense does not have to be accounted for. All right? The people who need that information get it, and it's all correct every single fucking time without fail. All right? So I'm putting it to bed right now. All right? It's that simple. I have been completely untruthful with the internet about this up to now.
Ooh. Oh, that piggy cooked. Great screenshot. Oh, that piggy cooked. You could tell he's mentally exhausted at this point. He is burnt the fuck out at this point. Now keep in mind, just for clarification, right? Because we're going to try to keep everything honest. This clip was only, the clip that you're listening to, or that we're listening to, was only like 35 minutes long. We're at the 49 minute on his end, on the end of this clip. So for damn near 30 minutes, this asshole's been lying. And now we're going through the mental fatigue of doing it. Oh boy, that should tell you something, how scared he was doing this shit. That should tell you how scared he was doing this shit. What does that mean? That means I'm clocking basically an hour for every fucking 10 minutes that guy saw. Jesus Christ. Oh well, it's what I do.
To be accounted for. All right? The people who need that information get it, and it's all correct every single fucking time without fail. All right? So I'm putting it to bed right now. All right? It's that simple. I have been completely untruthful with the internet about this.
You saw how hard it was for him to get that out? It's probably the hardest thing that he's had in a while. But you saw how hard that was for him to get it out? And look at him patting the bacon grease off his fucking brow. Look how defeated and exhausted he sounds, having to admit that I've been completely and utterly dishonest with the internet. And, Phil, by proxy, the people that are on the internet. The people that you depend on to fucking, for you to have your livelihood. You know how fucking stupid you are admitting that? Oh, man. All right. All right. All right. All right, champ. Oh, my God. Another great screenshot.
To be accounted for. All right? The people who need that information get it. And it's all correct every single fucking time without fail. All right? So I'm putting it to bed right now. All right? It's that simple. I have been completely untruthful with the internet about this up to now because I was hoping that eventually people would forget about it. It would go away. This is the one thing that the detractors have always had me on.
Oh no, it's not. We've had you on a bunch of shit, and we still do. And that Derek shit, which was the next big saga you ain't fucked up on, which I have that clipped out, and we're gonna go over that shit, which is long too. That's just like 2 hours or whatever. That whole thing, because Josh has to be held accountable for some of that shit. Josh knows better. It's funny how you complain about this particular subforum all the goddamn time, but you don't know nothing that's going on in it. But you have so many goddamn complaints about it. All right, whatever. Anyway. He gonna answer that. He gonna have to pay the toll on that one. But that's not the only thing that they had you on. They have you on a bunch of shit. You really think this WWE Champions thing is just gonna go ahead? If you go ahead and come out clean with it, that'll make everything else go away. I don't know if PPP whispered that shit to you in the middle of the fucking night. I don't know if Andy was stuttering that shit to you in the daytime. I don't know what it was, but they lied to you, Phil. They lied to you. You have a lot that you have to answer for, and that doesn't change anything. And whether I do it or the detractor 5 years from now do it, you're gonna pay that toll. You're gonna pay that toll until your last fucking snort.
Because they know I can't show you evidence without putting myself at personal risk. I will not show you evidence because it will put myself at personal risk. You can believe what I just said or not. The truth is, if what I just said was untrue, why would I have admitted to it? Right?
Because you didn't have a problem lying up to this point. So what do you have to lose by continuing the lie? Whatever dents decide to break off, they break off. But for everything else, you know what I'm saying? That retarded candy bar is going to pretty much, at least at its fucking nucleus, at its center, it's going to stay in place. If you break a couple of corners, who gives a shit, right? You don't. Your community don't. Your community grows smaller and smaller by the year, to be honest. I mean, really, it's by the day, but by the year. And you've been okay with that since, what, 2017? 2015? 2013? Who gives a fuck? What's a couple more years, Phil? What's a couple more dents, right? Shit, the way Jade's going, I don't know if Jade will make it another year or two. We'll see. We'll see if he makes it to 2026. He might not. I don't think so. I think he's fed up already. But we'll see.
What do I have to gain? Nothing. I should have just kept my fucking mouth shut, right?
No, because you said you were frustrated that you were trying to prove things and you couldn't prove it. That frustration is what led to this. You've never been good at keeping your fucking mouth shut. That's the last thing you're good at.
But
that's why you're sitting up there with Andy and PPP till the wee hours of the morning trying to talk all kinds of bullshit that they don't give a fuck about.
This is the truth of the matter. Do you understand? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's that. That's really it. There's nothing else to say. Now I'm done. Like, I'm literally done with it. I'm not going to talk about this again. I'm not going to waste time on it in the future because I told you the full story.
Another lol cow shit. I'm not going to mention this again. I'm not going to bring this up. How many times did Review Tech USA say that shit? He's still fighting that bullshit. How many times did Review Tech USA say up until the election that he was going to take a break for like a month and then he was going to come back once the election started? 2 days later, his dumbass was back. You know what I'm saying? How many times did Josh say King Cobra say I'm not going to address the trolls and keeps doing it? How many times did Wing say that he was above it and he wasn't going to address the trolls? How many fucking times did LTG say that he's not going to address these bar rogs or whatever the fuck you call rogs? I think is what they call them. How many times has he said that bullshit? Said he doesn't care about them. He doesn't care about these guys on Twitter that fucking downplay him and this, that, and the third. And he's mentally untouchable and all that other silly shit. And that dude's constantly being broken down. I got so many videos in my feed. I don't even know if I can keep them up. If I can keep up with him. With LTG fucking getting felted on a regular goddamn basis. Shit. I'm gonna try to watch him though. I'm gonna try to watch him. But shit. That's what I need to do. I need to throw some low tier god shit in this too. See, get that shit popping. Fucking A. That guy's a mental case in itself.
Now, do I still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. On my actual personal account, on my current phone, I play WWE Champions. You will never see that account because it is mine. And if I showed it.
And see, this goes back to the whole thing about he was baiting that shit. Why do you have your phone face down, Phil, and you have to sit there and twist your hoof in all these unusual ways? The camera doesn't catch that. So what are you scared of? What are you worried about? If it's a fresh account and you have nothing to lose on it, why do you feel the need to hide it? What are you scared of? It's a fresh account. The original one's already sold, right? You tried to break the law and try to get backdoor access to it. You couldn't do it through your fucking broken ass iPad, which isn't broken, by the way, just outdated. Is that what broken and does broken and outdated mean the exact same thing? Now I think about it, Phil. Is that what you use to justify you buying your 2 new PCs and shit? Well, it's not that there's anything wrong with them per se. It's just the software is outdated, and you don't want to go through that trouble because you're ignorant as fuck. So just buy new shit. That's what it sounds like, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think that iPad was ever broken. I just think it was outdated. Maybe one day I'll be able to prove it.
Now, do I still play WWE Champions? Yes, I do. On my actual personal account, on my current phone, I play WWE Champions. You will never...
And him making this admission with his new phone and all this shit, that's going to hang his ass later. And I already know how it's going to, but I'm going to save that. I'm going to keep that to myself. Secret recipe type shit. Ancient Chinese secret type shit.
Never see that account because it is mine. And if I showed it, the detractors would nonstop try to get information about me and my new account on. And I'm not going to fuck around like that at all. You're never going to see that account ever. All right? You will see me once in a while, possibly playing WWE Champions on stream with the new account that I made just to play through my new PC and hang out with everyone on streams to do that. Okay? And that's it. All right? So that's the story. You don't have to believe it. Many people won't. The detractors who are here tonight will never, ever understand or believe the story. Do you see?
Look at him trying to appeal to them, though. Like, how sad is... Like, you know what I'm saying? You know how fucking weird that is, trying to appeal to your ops? Like, why would you do that shit? Like, why would you do that knowing damn well that they don't care? And then you're going to have the assholes like me who are going to sit there and just cut this shit up for pure entertainment anyway. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I have at least enough, not all of it. Not that I expect to ever do so or ever have it, but I have enough. I have enough that I can cast doubt with evidence, with decent evidence, I should say. The fuck? All right, man.
Around like that at all. You're never going to see that account ever. All right? You will see me once in a while, possibly playing WWE Champions on stream with the new account that I made just to play through my new PC and hang out with everyone on streams to do that. Okay? And that's it. All right? So that's the story. You don't have to believe.
And now that I think about it, this is some real slime ball shit. So I have to get into my bag for this shit and whatnot. If you think about it, let's say my thesis is correct, right? It's not exactly a Theo theory, but run with me with this. Humor me for a minute. If my theory is true that he's going to eventually work his way back to side scrollers, he literally can use that third account, right? Which may actually just be a second account, but whatever. He actually could very well be using the WWE Champions account that he's been playing on stream and use that as evidence to try to pacify or try to appease Craig later. Because all he needs is an active account that's aged up decently. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter really it doesn't matter anything else as it pertains to the credentials because he's already done a name change on it. Of course, that wouldn't work because we have all the stats on that account. And he has no proof that it's not his account. See, that's the thing. He's so worried about proving that it was his account that he can't prove that it's not his account. That's the situation. You know what I'm saying? To prove a thesis to prove anything about anything, right? You have to essentially come up with a thesis to prove that it's not a thing, that it's not possible. Let me give you an example. So let's say, for example, I shot Abraham Lincoln, right? Okay. To prove that, if you have no discernible evidence, you have to prove that I didn't do it. You have to prove how I wouldn't have motive, how I didn't have the weapon or wouldn't have an access to that weapon, and so on and so forth. You have to literally work backwards to prove that I couldn't do something, to prove that I did do something. You know what I'm saying? DSP is not doing that. He tries to cast as much doubt as possible and try to throw as much obstacles in front of you to discern you from moving forward. Because the more that you move forward and the more you look through shit, the more you can cast doubt on other shit that he said, which are linked to other things. That's the reason why DSP's lore is broken up in the way it is. Because one arc automatically leads into another, obviously. But within that arc, there's all these different sagas, right? And or vice versa. In every saga, there's all these different arcs or whatever. And each one of them are linked together for some reason, in one way or another. Even something as simple as a lie, right? That happened 2 arcs ago that end up coming to light later on down the line. That's the problem, and he knows that. It's far more complex than what I'm saying, and certainly more complex it's too complex for his understanding. But essentially, that's how it all works out. Because he lies the way he does so habitually and so frequently, it's just it can be, I should say, overly complicated for no goddamn reason. And because of that, he has to keep the lie going as best he can. But as he's gotten older, his mental faculties and his mental dexterity is starting to wane. So he can't keep shit together no more. So his only option, or at least what he sees to be his only option, is be halfway truthful with the shit on what's already known. And then just dismiss the rest of it. And say, oh, I've already wrapped it up. I already fessed up, guys. But see, that don't work because there's still all these other questions that need to be answered. And someone like myself, if some asshole like me can link something that he did in 2017, 2018 to something that he's doing in 2022 or 2023, just imagine someone who's far more competent than myself could do. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's where his problem is going to come into play. That's why he lied. That's why he shouldn't lie so goddamn much. I mean, he shouldn't lie at all, but that's why all those lies are going to come back to hang him later.
Believe it. Many people won't. The detractors who are here tonight will never, ever understand or believe the story. Do you see? So that's that. And I'm done with it. I'm not answering any more. If you actually come to me and ask me a question about WWE champions, I'm going to say, watch the part 3 of the DSP Reacts, the June the King documentary on DSP Reacts. That's the answer. That's the truth. I'm done with you. I'm moving on. If you don't accept it, goodbye. Sorry for all the trouble that I caused you. I really am. I really made a big mistake when I decided to keep this going, to keep the lie going. It was a bad move. I should have just either completely fessed up or just deleted the account and got it over with. But instead, because I made this stupid choice to sell it to try to make some money to help myself, it screwed me over. It really did. It completely screwed me over. And I'm sorry that I lied to you for so long about this. Ooh. I really am. Because it really should have been dumb. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense at all. But what's funny is, to this day, daily the detractors are tracking this account that apparently has been fine. You know, I couldn't find a place where I could go where my detractors wouldn't dox people. And apparently the account's still active because you see Duty making fucking videos about it.
Still hitting that soft target duty, huh? Still doing that shit to make yourself feel better, right? You can keep punching Duty all you want. Duty doesn't represent the DSP detractor community as a whole. So that's not a win. Truth be told, I don't really see you catching a win over Duty by himself, let alone what you think he represents. So kind of wasting your time on that. But go ahead, keep hitting him. Just like you hitting Review Tech USA. That don't hurt nobody but Duty, I guess, and anybody adjacent to him. You know what I'm saying? Whoever decided to get in bed with fucking Rich. Other than that, you're not affecting the overall problem that's in front of you. So you can go ahead and have your distraction, which is Duty. You can have your diversion, which is Rich, and you can think that you're somehow getting over, and you're not. You're not. That's why Kino Casino ain't taking no stiff shots at Duty. They don't need to. He's not worth their time. They can literally by hurting Rich, it already takes any credibility that Duty has down anyway. So it doesn't even matter. You're not doing anything at all. All you're doing is giving Duty way more ammo to make more videos, and that's pretty much it. Like, not hurting anybody by doing that shit. If he was smart, he should stop doing that. Stop bringing up Duty. It doesn't have the impact of when you were going at Snort Burnell or Almighty Tevin or anybody who was considered respectable. Like, you're wasting your time. You're literally wasting your time, and you're feeding a troll with essentially exactly what they want. Like, Duty's going to benefit from that in all ways except for actual credibility and respectability. Other than that, he's going to get everything else he wants: attention and money. So. And that's by your own narrative. That's not my narrative. That's your narrative. That he's only in it for clout and money. So you're giving him exactly what you want. You don't even see it. You're so fucking stupid, and you're so desperate to get a W that you're gonna feed a fucking detractor, a troll, whatever you want to call him, a dent, whatever you want to call him. You're gonna feed him exactly what he wants. So good. So fucking good. Oh boy. Oh boy.
DSP spent $2,448 today. No, I did not. You idiot. You incredible moron. Maybe that person did, right? Maybe that person actually did who bought the account or from this third party. Because remember, like I said, I sold it to this place.
Is that what you're going to do? You're going to try to put the cover story out to try to throw Duty off by saying, oh, it was someone, like Duty hasn't gone off out there and checked and shit? Like Duty's really going to sit there and be stupid enough to fall for that? Come on, bro. Even if that was true, let's play hypothetical Pignosis, a game we haven't played in a long time, but one of our favorites. Let's say, hypothetically, what DSP was saying is true and he really sold it to someone else and whatever, and he thinks that Duty's running out there on some type of fucking fox hunt for something that doesn't even exist. It doesn't matter. It's still content. It's still content. Duty has a history of lying. So what does he care? It's just one more lie for the pile. So what's going to stop him? And if people keep clicking on it and watching it, he still benefits, which only gives him even more reason to keep doing it. Just like how when you sat there and tried to lie to that fucking that guild leader to get your way, when you lied to Scopey on why you needed to get your account changed and all that other bullshit, you still kept doing the same behavior you were doing, right? The same reason why you lied to your audience and everybody else for years on end, so you could hide your dirty little secret and keep doing what you're doing, which is what you're admitting to doing now with your quote-unquote second account. Doesn't change anything, Phil. It doesn't change at all. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's crazy.
They basically reassign accounts to buyers or whatever. I didn't sell it directly to a person, okay? So maybe that person found an account. And
you did what? Hold on. The fuck?
Right? Maybe that person actually did who bought the account or from this.
Here, let's go back a little further. I need the full context of this. You know me, I've been talking.
But what's funny is, to this day, daily the detractors are tracking this account that apparently has been fine. You know, I couldn't find a place where I could go where my detractors wouldn't dox people. And apparently the account's still active because you see Duty making fucking videos about it. DSP spent $2,000.
But I thought you said you went through a third party. You went through a third party to sell the account. What?
$1,448 today. No, I did not. You idiot. You incredible moron. Maybe that person did, right? Maybe that person actually did who bought the account or from this third party. Because remember, like I said, I sold it to this place that they basically reassign accounts to buyers or whatever. I didn't sell it directly to a person, okay? So maybe that person found an account, and I don't know.
You're just muddying the waters. You're just muddying the waters with this bullshit. Oh, you're just muddying the waters. Oh, man. Close your mouth, Phil. Unless PPP's going to shove his dick in there, too.
I literally have nothing to do with it, nor do I care. All right? I'm done talking about it. You want to talk about us playing the game on stream? We can do that. That's fine. You want to talk about general knowledge of the game? Sure, I'll do that. I'm not talking about the past anymore. I'm done with it. So all these idiots, look, because you see how many detractors there are in the chat right now, and they're all just, you know, they're all fucking gray names. Oh, you're lying. I don't care about you. No, I don't care about you. You mean nothing to me.
But that's a lie, because this whole segment was about your detractors, trolls, haters, and critics, and you name dropped Duty. You clearly cared to some degree. You clearly gave a fuck to some degree. Clearly, Duty's on your mind in some way, shape, or form. You brought him up. All right, then.
I was never going to win you over anyway. This is for the people who've been sitting around waiting for a very long time for some resolution. And I hope that this is some resolution.
But it's not resolution, because you said that the people who don't believe you are going to, the people who hear this are probably not going to believe you anyway, and they're just going to leave. For everybody else, they don't care. So where's the real resolution at, Phil? You're either going to drive more people away, or the dents are going to continue to be dented. I don't see how that's really a win, but all right, I guess.
For some people now, so we can move on. And again, if this means that sadly some people can't accept the answer, and they're not happy with it.
Oh yeah, because it doesn't matter if the answer is on. It doesn't matter if you're being honest, right? An answer is an answer. That's right. I got that.
And they want to fucking be angry with me or whatever, they have the right to do that. I'm sorry that I lied for so long about this account. I didn't think it was anyone's business, or it should have been a big deal. I don't think it ever should have been made a big deal of. But you can't change the past. What you can do is move forward positively, and that's what I've been trying to do. If anything, this last month's of resurgence here has felt so positive and new. You know what I mean? It felt like a big, people telling me it doesn't matter. Just fucking tell the real story. So I will, right? And again, if
are you crying? Oh shit! I mean, it's clear that he's still sweating bacon grease. But are you fucking crying, Phil? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Wow, Duty got you that shaken up. And y'all don't even fuck with that guy, so I don't even know why I'm giving him credit. But dude, he got you that shaking. He got you that stirred up, Phil. Wow, that's hilarious.
Big deal of, but you can't change the past. What you can do is move forward positively, and that's what I've been trying to do. If anything, this last month of resurgence here has felt so positive and new. You know what I mean? It felt like a big people telling me it doesn't matter. Just fucking tell the real story. So I will, right? And again, if
look at how fucked up telling the truth has got this guy. Let's move that duty shit off to the side. That duty ain't shaking up nobody. What the fuck? This is how scared you are? This is how much telling the truth bothers Phil Burnell, DSP, Darksydephil, Dark Geppetto. On some real shit now. Okay, let's all jokes and everything aside. This is how bad, this is how much the truth hurts. Think about that. Think about that. He out here sweating, he damn near tearing up because he got to tell the truth and come clean. Jesus.
And the reason that I read that to you guys is because I just want you guys to understand that that means the world to me when I get a message like that. Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has been tough over the last decade. It has. And when I read a message like that, I'm sorry that I'm tearing up like a baby. But when I read a message like that, it makes me feel like it was worth it. You know, like all the shit that happened to me and all the stress and the mental shit that I go through on a daily basis sometimes. That it's worth it because there's people out there who got something out of all of this. You know, it wasn't just some dickhead in front of a camera, you know, doing stupid videos. That it actually meant something to people. And that means the world to me. That there's people out there that, you know, for a decade, that they've been watching me and they've been following me and they've been watching my life evolve and how I've become a better person, you know. You know, admittedly, when I started, I did so many stupid things that, you know, I didn't realize were stupid. And now I've grown and matured, especially the last 3 to 4 years. I've changed as a person and a content creator. And I realize now, you know, we have things going on in the world right now with Black Lives Matter and stuff. And you look back at the stuff that I've done, I'm like, man, I was an idiot with the stuff that I said and did. Not caring about, you know, if anyone was offended or hurt by the stuff that I did. Because there was thousands of people watching me, you know. And I actually now, when I get an email like that, all right, it makes me feel like people grew with me. That this whole thing, I've told you guys that this whole thing was a crazy life experiment. That I felt, I never knew that anything that I ever did would have that impact. When I started, it wasn't about that. It was just me having fun, dicking around. I saw Angry Video Game Nerd making videos. I was like, if this guy can do it with no budget but talent, then I can do it too. You know what I mean? And now I feel that over 10 years later, even if there's so many shitheads who hate me, there's at least a body of work on the internet that you guys can watch whenever you want, and you can see my evolution as a person over the last decade. And that means the world to me to get a message like that. And listen, I'm certainly not trying to downplay people who have been incredibly supportive to me on the streams and everything, but that kind of message right there, that makes it all worthwhile. It does. Like that, it touches me, and it makes me know that, you know, there are people who get it. That there are people who get it. They understand who I am and what I'm about and why I've done this as long as I have and why I'm still doing it, and I'm not going to give up doing it, you know. That's cool. That is so meaningful to me to know that there's people out there that it resonates. They get it. They understand that I purposely cannot give up on this, that I want to do it as long as I can, that it means something to me, and the fact that it has meaning to you guys and you understand it, you know. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. That message, I saved that purposely for months until I felt it was the right time. And I hope that you guys, you know, I feel that there's people out there that are like that get it, but they don't want to say anything. Like I said earlier, there's people who are just so afraid of being trolled by the shitheads on the internet, but understand that none of this, what they say and does matters at all. None of it means a damn thing. None of it. Because it's all nonsense. It is. It's their own nonsense, their own negative spin to get attention, to create the drama, to do the stupid shit, for their own personal benefit, because they're selfish and they're weak. You know, not a single person of those people who constantly try to bring me down could have ever gone through what I've gone through in the last decade and kept doing it. They couldn't. They would have quit. They would have tapped out and ran away like the little sissies that they are, because they hide behind the anonymity of the internet. That's why they do it. So I really feel, I've told you guys, the whole King of Hate moniker, the reason it came to be is because I felt that when people hated on me, okay, when people hated on me, that was a motivation for me to do better and to persevere. And this message right here is saying, yeah, that's exactly what they got out of it. That no matter what people threw against me, that I don't give up, and it's helped them in the last 10 years to get through shit in their life. That means something. So thank you guys who stuck with me. Thank you, you know what I mean, and supported me so much. I appreciate it so much. It does mean a lot to me, okay?
Christ. Oh, the taste of your tears, Phil. So yummy.
Felt so positive and new. You know what I mean? It felt like a big
voice.
People telling me it doesn't matter. Just fucking tell the real story. So I will, right? And again, if there's no reason for me to not verify what I'm saying, I can't show you because I don't own the account. If I had it, I would show it to you right now. It's me. There'd be no point to not showing you it. Because I'm already telling you, yes, I spent a lot of money on the game in the past. Years, those first 3-4 years.
Keep in mind, it's the same person who lied and said that he couldn't show us his phone. Then he didn't mind he didn't mind showing fucking Jasper selfies or pictures or whatever the case may be. Now he's saying, "Oh, well, if I had access and if I could show you the proof and evidence, I would." He told that to Stuttering Craig. Then, when it was time to nut up or shut up, oh, I couldn't. How was I going to send him evidence? I didn't have any evidence to send. But yeah, he's still mad at Stuttering Craig because Craig didn't believe his lies, even though he's admitted here that he had no evidence to send Stuttering Craig in the first place, which only reinforced what Craig and side scrollers thought anyway. Gee, so amazing, man. The mental fuckery, bro. Like, I don't care what anybody's saying. He's definitely dyeing his hair. Because there's no way this dude isn't grayed the fuck up. It's just not possible. It's not possible that you're going through this level, this degree of mental fucking gymnastics daily, and you don't have negative effects from it. It's just not possible. It's just not. And because the guy's an idiot and he wouldn't be able to dye his hair himself, it only makes sense that he could get it done at Twirls and Curls or Curls and Twirls or whatever the fuck it's called. It only makes sense to me. Anyway, whatever. That's a moot point. Jesus, Phil. I couldn't imagine living my life like this, where you gotta lie about every little thing, and then you're lying to cover another small ass lie for no goddamn reason, bro. Like, not at all. Even if you had people scrutinizing every little thing you say, why should you? If it doesn't matter to you, why do you care? Like, why do you give it this much life? All right, whatever. Remember, thickest skin on the internet, by the way.
I don't even remember, again, the time frame. But basically, I quit because I gave up. I was like, I can't play it anymore. These people are fucking stalking me endlessly. Right? So I'm already telling you, I already have, right? Okay? Are we good? Now, I have shout-outs to do to end the stream for tonight. We will do that. All right? And then tomorrow, all right, we're going to pick up with the finale of this. All right? Which is, I'm on the wrong mouse. It actually is right here. So the vest streak, financial tracking and established trolling, the bank leaks, VTuber destruction, wants a good image, does not get a good image. All right? That's all tomorrow night. All right? Let's do some shout-outs. And then I hope that you will join me tomorrow for an interview that I'm going to have with Craig, who asked me questions like this last year, and I bold-faced lied to him the entire interview. Okay? All right. Shout-outs. Let's do them.
And look at him. Well, oh, man. And he was, like, nodding his head in approval. Like, yeah, I lied. I bold-faced lied to his ass. That's what I did. Yeah, that's what I did. Yep. That's what I did. I had to do it. I had to do it. I had to do it to protect my family. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy that you could feel like you could literally.
This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also.
It's crazy that he has it so justified in his head that he could just nod at that, and he's okay with it. That's wild. This should be it.
Financial tracking and established trolling. The bank leaks. VTuber destruction, wants a good image, does not get a good image. All right? That's all tomorrow night. All right? Let's do some shout-outs. And then I hope that you will join me tomorrow for an interview that I'm going to have with Craig, who asked me questions like this last year, and I bold-faced lied to him the entire interview. Okay?
Jesus Christ.
All right. Shout-outs. Let's do them.
Literally, he's what's the term for it? He's reveling in the fact that he lied to that man like that. Like, almost like that man deserved it. Like, Craig deserved to be lied to. That's why I did it. Yep. That's why I did it. He deserved it. He deserved every bit of that shit. Jesus Christ, Phil. That's Jesus, man. Gotta tell you. Especially from a soulless bastard like myself, boy. Jeez, even if I feel like that shit's already too much, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Final thoughts. Fucking A, bro, the mental fuckery, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Final thoughts. There was so much bullshit that I was not expecting to unpack in this shit. Big ups to Diggs and whatnot. Big ups to Diggs. I might have to have him cut up a couple more segments. I know I want that vest streak, but now I kind of want, there's some other stuff I may want too, because Jesus Christ. And this was just his explanation, not him actually reacting to the WWE Championship, just his explanation. Now I kind of want to go back and do that. And then I'll just do this all in one big ass long form thing much later on, because fucking A. I'll definitely have some of the time to do it anyway. I break it all up. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what the next situation is. Just wild, bruh. Just wild that he would admit to lying and then admit to lying and then trying to sit there and say it's the detractor's fault or the fucking bankruptcy attorney, it's her fault, she fucked up, or it's just constant fuckery, bruh. Like, I don't know how you can't say that he's normal. Normal people don't live like that. They don't think like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are studies that prove that the average person doesn't even want to lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that you feel some type of guilt or shame or something. He doesn't feel any of that. If it gets him from point A to point B, then let it be damned. If it comes back on him in any type of way, shape, or form that's adverse to what he wants, it wasn't his fault. It was the circumstances. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we're gonna, like I said, continue to do the year. Hopefully, Goutness works out. 2025, we try to get our title back. Long form content, champion. Try to work towards that and continue to push the brand moving forward and stuff like that. But I had a good time. I got to tell you, I had a good time despite all of DSP's fuckery. I had a great time. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the Snort Report. This was DSP News, always late, never breaking. Unreliable coverage that you can't count on. Oh, yes! GTG Network and Productions for the Snort Report, the SnortBucks Coffee Company, Hard Snorts Gin and Tonic, and Tim Snortons. Happy holidays, guys. Take care of yourselves. Holy shit. Take care of yourselves. Where's that? Here it goes. Later, people.